Hi, everyone, and welcome to the 10-year retrospective director commentary for FRACT OSC. I'm Richard Flanagan. I am the creative director and effectively the sole proprietor of Phosfiend Systems. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to play through the game in its entirety, from start to finish. I'll start a fresh save, and as I play, I'll talk through what I'm doing as I'm playing. But more so, I'm going to kind of touch on some behind the scenes insights as to how this weird thing got built. I'm going to touch on aspects of design, world design, puzzle design, all kinds of design. Touch on technical aspects as best I can. Some of the philosophy as to the why and how we made the decisions we made and why we made this game at all. I might touch on some business stuff too. Why not? This was developed in some of the early times of indie game dev. So we made some interesting, discoveries, mistakes, that sort of stuff on the business side of things. And sort of connected to that, I'll talk about what Phosfiend has been doing for the last decade and kind of maybe what I have if people are interested. I'll touch on some of the victories we had in the sort of making of this game, and honestly, maybe some of the failures too, some of the ways we went wrong. I'm going to answer questions from the community, recent ones that came through Steam, and probably some older ones. I'll look through and see if there's anything else that wasn't super cleanly addressed throughout the years. I think this might serve as an interesting time capsule as to kind of how and why this game was made. And not only that, maybe it'll shed some light not only to how FRACT was made, but maybe how games like this could be made in general. Hopefully it's helpful for some people. Before I dive in, though, I really need to thank everyone who made this game possible. Our small team, whose roles I will go into more detail as we progress. They're all amazing. Our families, IndieFund, and the indie game dev community, like just in general. We had an amazing group of testers and people who helped out. And of course, can't forget the fans and the people who played this game and the fans that kind of found their niche in this truly bizarre game. We're so thankful and so grateful that this game resonated with you. And without further ado, let's dig right in. Okay, here we are in the studio where it all kind of begins. The basic idea, as I'm sure many of you will know, having played the game, is the studio sort of functions as kind of the ultimate goal. The entire game, in a way, is a tutorial that sort of trains you towards this point. And it's kind of a reflection of a kind of dream synthesizer scenario, simplified and accessible, I think, for a large majority of people. And as we can see, everything is locked up tight. We've got some work to do. So let's explore. Maybe these giant glowing lights on these walkways will give us an indication of where we need to go. Light serves as a kind of keen reminder to the player as to where they should go throughout the game. Okay, so this is the first little bit of tutorialization, whether you're on controls or on mouse and keyboard. We kind of have these little indicators here, and this is a paradigm we'll see often. We right click to enter this holographic mode where you can see things that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. So the first and kind of easiest interaction is we click on this button. Looks like things are starting to power up. Okay. Might as well hop in the door. So coming from a kind of background of interaction and web design before I moved into games, I think a lot about interface and how we use things, not just in a digital space, but in a physical space as well. And when I started getting into synthesizers in my late teens and early 20s, over 20 years ago, there was something about the tactility of both like virtual instruments on screen where you're interacting with a mouse typically, and then hardware as well. That ability to turn knobs and sliders and switches is really satisfying. So this first little area of the game is a very kind of basic introduction as to what's going on. And philosophically, it kind of serves as the world core, where some of the core unprocessed energy kind of exists. We can see this white fluid that doesn't really exist elsewhere in the game, kind of as a metaphor for pure sonic energy. So let's take a look up here. We can see these kind of this structure in the middle and these structures on the side. I love that kind of stuff. Okay, and I love making it. So this is our first one of the, you can of course go to any one of these in any order, but our first sort of interface and user experience tutorial. So I'm going to hit the right mouse button here, and this one shows that even when you're in this holographic overlay, you have the kind of vignette on the sides, you can still look around. So the idea is come over here, push a button. We have similar paradigms to web, roll over, roll out, mouse down, mouse release, that sort of stuff. We've pressed one. If we follow this line over here, we'll press another. So this pillar has lit up. This is lit up. And as you saw, we took camera control away from the player for a moment. I realized that, you know, that can make some people kind of physically uncomfortable. But for a game is open-ended and open, and really we're giving the player a lot of control as to what they do, where they are, and how they look. It was kind of the solution we came to. We try to smooth it out, not make it feel too gross. It was the solution we came to get people's attention to where it's supposed to be. And as you can see, we have these interesting kind of systems for growing decorations in the world. And a little detail that I think a lot of people maybe notice subconsciously was these drips. The more of this machine we start to power up, the more of these inverted gravity-defying blobs start to flow. Okay, so here's our next interface kind of paradigm, and this is the slider. So you can kind of see here, you can click and drag, you can click to a specific point and move this slider. And this is a really, you know, a foundational component of synthesizers, mixers, hardware. So yeah, whether you're adjusting a parameter, turning up the volume, you name it, this is a big part of synthesizers. 2 of 3 lit up. And you can kind of hear in the background some ambient sounds, including this this thump. And that thump is actually the heartbeat of our first daughter in utero. Naturally, hers was at least twice the speed in utero, so this is her heartbeats slowed down by about half. But we had her in the middle of production, and yeah, I'd like to think that part of her is kind of infusing the life of this world. That's her heartbeat. Okay, and our third paradigm, the knob, twisting knobs. So this is another click and drag interaction, and we have like different mouse overs kind of to indicate what you can do. So let's crank this bass synth. We got a beam. First of many beams in this video game. So all those drips are dripping upwards. This is obviously calling us forward. And that sound effect that played, that sort of thunk, was also present in the student prototype I made. Every time you made a major kind of puzzle discovery and moving the kind of systems forward, that's the same sound that played in the student prototype. So let's hop on here and see what happens. Something's happening. And if we take a look, we're lifting. This is in fact a giant elevator. In fact, it's more than a giant elevator. It's a giant plug. I love this big riser. Heck yeah. And similar to that sound effect, this area is also reminiscent of the old student prototype I had made, with this dome making you feel kind of constrained and contained, but once you kind of push on the edges, it explodes and the whole world is open to you. And a big part of designing this environment, this game, was about player choice. In a lot of the early communication for the game, we used the copy "Lose Yourself in the World of FRACT OSC," and ultimately that was a feeling we wanted people to have, this sensation of being a bit lost and finding their way. And it definitely counter a lot of other games at the time, that everything was supposed to be hyper clear, hyper obvious where you're supposed to go. But we really felt like that the learning process of learning how this world works, and in essence how synthesizers and music making works in this context, would be more meaningful if people kind of discovered it on their own. The flip side of that is I don't think it's a game for everyone. I think you have to be willing to work a little harder and to be curious into figuring out how these systems work, because the systems are here, they're thought out, and they exist. There's an internal logic for everything that's here. Okay, well, here are our first fast travel station. Internally, we refer to these as gondolas. The gondola, you'll see why once we take it. But here is a kind of a map of the world laid out spatially. Yeah, so as we progress, maybe we can find out more. So we pop the lid on this area. The question is, which way do we want to go? The world is roughly divided up into these three kind of main directions. And we can basically walk in any way we wish, but why don't we get started? I'm going to start with the blue area, the Bass Synth, as it was one of the areas we started building first. So let's make our way. There's some light pathing where we have these little like edge posts, so you don't hop off the edge. You of course can. There's no fall damage in this game. But some light pathing to get you on your way. One thing we did want was a lot of subtly reactive kind of decorations and systems in the game. So even these little lights, they kind of pop out on their own as you approach. You can see one popping up there, to imbue an otherwise kind of static world with life. life at different hierarchies, kind of right in your face. And once we get a little bit further in the game, you'll see the rest of the world come to life. Okay, well, we've done something here. So here we are at the first fast travel station we've discovered. So now we can get an idea of what this thing's trying to tell us. So we can roll over, possibly click on this, and that we see that this is outlined. So if we back up a bit, we can see that this station has a horizontal line naturally corresponding to this station. So this must indicate we're here. Let's click on this out of curiosity, and you'll see why we internally called these the gondolas. And here we are. We've been delivered. Okay, get the idea, but let's take the shortcut back down as we're exploring this way. So this base area was the probably the first area that was most fleshed out in terms of gameplay early on. And it shows. I think gameplay-wise, some aspects are a bit simpler. These pillars kind of give some foreshadowing of some of the sounds and music you'll be creating later. So here we have this massive reservoir of blue bass goo and some big machine. So that's kind of the underside of what's going on down here. But let's continue into the caves. Those sort of ambient synth pads that are playing in the background, those are not synthesized, those are samples, but they're samples I recorded with my first real analog synthesizer, a Yamaha CS15, which I no longer have, probably a mistake selling it, but oh, that thing was so cool. We have these little pools of juice coming up onto our first machine. Here's an interesting thing. We have these audio reactive systems. So this sort of drip of juice coming from the ceiling here is a fully synthesized synthesizer voice, and it reacts to proximity. So the closer you get, it changes the cutoff. So you can hear it's quite full and rich here. And if I back off, you can hear the filter having a strong low pass effect on what's happening. Also, interestingly, the animation is not driven by an animation, it's driven by the sound. So once the amplitude and the filter cutoff is more open, the ridge becomes thicker. And if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while, the LFO even has an effect on how quickly those sort of lumps come down. Ah, here we are, another one of these guys. Okay, so we've got a few fast travel nodes unlocked so far. And what's out here? Oh, okay, so here's our walkway. Our little earth walkway up into our first Bass Synth puzzle. Here we are. Man, I still really like these. I still really like the aesthetic of these bass puzzles. They are really satisfying. Okay, what have we got here? So, in every area of the game, whether it's bass, lead, or pad, has four core puzzles, and those core puzzles usually involve some sort of rewiring power mechanic. So, this machine, nice and glowy, doesn't seem to be doing anything. Let's take a look at what we've got here. So, each synthesizer also kind of leans into a UX UI paradigm. So in the case of, well, we'll go into more detail. Pads are more about a combination of sliders, mostly with some knobs. Bass, it's all about knobs, echoing some inspiration from classic bass synths or bassy synths, like the Minimoog, and the lead is kind of their paradigm is the XY pad. But this is all about knobs. So, okay, we can turn these knobs. These red nodes don't seem to do much, but if we go over here, we might recognize the power button. So, this is, on its surface, a pretty simple pipe-like puzzle, but with an interesting sequencing twist. So, as you can see from the pulses, this is not only a set of kind of pathing, but it's also a sequencer with the bottom row corresponding to one note, middle row another note, and the top row yet another note. And as we bring these nodes back to life, the musical components start filling in. So, okay, we've got a few things missing there. So let's turn this to hit one of those objective nodes. Sounding good. This looks correct, but we'll need to move this way and probably send this like this. So there we go. And we've got a few stems coming in. And the machine is up and running. And this door has opened. I love these hyper-reactive walkways. Something I really like in games in general is so many games feel so static, so I think it's really nice to have these systems that react to your presence, make you feel like, well, I don't know if you're supposed to be here, but that you are here. So here we are at our very first sequencer puzzle. This is a kind of classic step sequencer. And if we look, we've got a little hint about what's going on. Okay, so as we send these beams through, the bottom row plays one note, and the top row plays another note, which is pretty common for step sequencing. But they fill up these doors. And if we get squished by a door, we get squished by a door. There we go. So we need to get them open, at least long enough to get through. So I'm going to go with this hint. Also, one thing that's interesting about the sequencer puzzles is they're systemic. They are not absolute. They are based on quite precise, but parameters that can be exploited, and players have found a way to do that, especially on the slower sequencers. So, okay, we got these guys open there, but they are filling at different times. Okay, pretty basic, and we even have one note left here. So let's do that. Okay, I think that's going to get us through. But I'm going to wait. Ugh. That did the trick. And as you can see, we've unlocked the first set of bass modulations in the studio. Okay, that said, I want to switch this up a little bit. So yes, we did have a sequence here once we solved the puzzle, but it doesn't have to stay like that. And I like that vibe a little better. Here we are. We must be above that machine that opened earlier. Okay, so I've been doing a lot of talking about what I'm doing while I'm playing the game. But a big part of the logic of this world was rooting it in decisions. And they didn't have to be profound, but they had to kind of have an interesting internal logic. So every area in the game, whether it's the bass... Oh, is there another one coming up? Yeah, okay, that guy is going up as well. So every area in the game, whether it's the bass, the pad, or the lead, also ties into kind of some archetypes. So the bass bass synths tend to be deeper, rumblier. Think about the subwoofer is doing a lot of work when the bass synths are playing. And the idea was let's root that in the ground, deep in the ground. Those sort of deep rumbly sounds. Hence the kind of bass synth area being reminiscent of a mining operation. Okay, let's make my way up here. If I recall, a little shortcut. Could have walked through this way. So, yeah, and each environment kind of echoes those archetypes. Okay, here we have another door, but it's closed. No bueno. Okay. Another thing we do a lot in the game is we use light to try and indicate where the player should go. So we've got these nice big light beams to indicate, hey, maybe check out over here. So let's do just that. And head to our second bass puzzle. So here's an overlook on our very first bass puzzle. And if we come through here to the second one, we can see a bit more. Yeah, it's sitting in a puddle of bass juice, as it should. We've got our doors. And we've got our sequencer right here, ready to go. Okay, we've got a couple of these guys unlocked. And we've got our first clue. So, I'm going to write this one down. I used to have these memorized, no longer. So, let's see here. So that's the triangle bass synth. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In location 4. Okay, so that's the triangle bass synth. But before we do that, let's explore a little bit. What have we out here? This is an example of a little musical toy. And it's just a matter of turning these guys on. And similar to the drips in the other area, they are player reactive, as are the animations. Just sounds nice. And I think we peppered quite a few of these little interesting sections throughout the game that felt a little bit different. Well, there's another that gave you kind of alternative pathways that you could mess around with. I think it would have been great if we'd squeezed even more in, but I think we did okay. So this also uses a synth voice. So as you move these platforms up, they change pitch. You can hear me kind of wiggle it. And the higher up they are, it sounds like it's affecting vibrato and maybe an LFO as well. Okay. Actually, let's head up. Can I get this to here? Can this one come down? Yes, it can. And we're there. So that's a little alternate route. Opening up to the back section of the bass area. And a neat little outcropping. So we actually started there, and we're halfway this way. Maybe we'll continue. And there are a lot of these little routes that kind of give players an alternative way to poke around. Like, it is an open world, but we also want people to be able to explore on their own. LOD. Little LOD pop in. Okay. Actually, I think this one is probably aesthetically one of my favorites in the bass area. So a lot of people asked if we used procedural tools for designing the world, and it's hard to really define the exact, like, where does the procedural generation begin and end. And we definitely used some methods, like, you see these little spheres to help populate the space with more life, for sure. But another thing that we did use was helping us build these cave structures and sort of the geology of the world. And at the time, I believe the software we used, which was very buggy, but nothing else produced stuff quite like it, was called Voxel Logic. And it was very unstable and it broke all the time, but all of the other sort of volumetric cave generation tools just didn't come close. So here we have a sequence moving from left to right, and a new mechanic is being introduced. Basically, as we turn these knobs, those are just paths, but these are controlling parameters. So this is controlling the filter for the entire synthesizer. And you can see that some of these just will never pass through. That's kind of the indication there. So once this filter is in a clean range, it will pass through this notch. Okay. So not only have these wires powered up, it looks like we are now sending juice to the other side, which looks correct. But let's take a look here and see if we can adjust a little bit. Okay. So on this side, we have these two parameters. That sounds like the LFO depth of the filter. And now we have these two nodes happy. So we didn't want much danger in the game, but there should be some opportunities to be a little bit exciting. FRACT is a chill game. One would argue it's kind of a weed game, but we still wanted some excitement, and these interesting little pads provide that. Yep, you only have so much time before they disappear. Okay, so now we're on this side. We've got some new mechanics. This looks like it could be resonance, if I remember my icons correctly. Yeah, it sounds like resonance. So there's two windows where this resonance would cleanly pass through. This is the part of the envelope. Yeah, and this is the attack. Let's see if we can't. Okay, so that's satisfied. This. Okay, that doorway's open. And we're up and running. Ooh, I really like that synth line. Mogi did such a good job. Oh, hello. I forgot you were here. Let's write that one down. So, diamond. Okay, no hints this time. Gotta figure it out for real. Oh yeah, this one's got a nasty sound, I think. Good nasty. Okay, that one's easy. That one needs a little bit more convincing. This one... See if that'll get us through. Yes. So, when designing kind of the musicality of these sections, the puzzle design would kind of come first, and then the modulation on the walls would get kind of filled in. I'm gonna do a similar style. That's fun. Okay, let's make our way over to that station. But yeah. So the musicality of the puzzles, like in the pipe sections, were effectively designed first, and then as the mechanics evolved in this section where we had modulation kind of mixed in, then the timbre of those synths were kind of baked in, and then the sequencer puzzles were kind of designed from a puzzle perspective in a very rational way. So, okay, we need the player to keep track of X number of variables at once. We want them to manage, let's say, 3 different notes or 4 different notes, or maybe just 2 notes in the beginning, with variable timing. And all of that led to the musicality of those puzzles. What's interesting is that musicality, that sequence, for instance, from this guy, was dictated by game designer first. So once we had these notes, the probable notes that people would play, not the guaranteed notes that people would play, our amazing musical collaborator, Mogi Grumbles, would then riff and play off of these probable sequences in the hopes to make a really rad kind of riff in conjunction with the player. And it's kind of an interesting restriction. You know, it's an interesting box that one, especially a musician, has to work in. Because in the end, the entire game is in one tempo, and the entire game is in one key. We did want to do more at the time, but in terms of scope, it's what ended up sticking in the final version of the game. Everything in one key, everything in one tempo, which is in a way kind of limiting, but I think it led to some safe results. Okay, so we are two puzzles in. We've talked a little bit about how and why some of these puzzles were made. Let's head over to that second puzzle that we visited but did not work on. And I forgot to write down. Oh no, we did do this one, but I forgot to write down this parameter. But they're always in pretty convenient locations, so players don't have to go wild distances to hunt them down. Okay. So I really like seeing this fill in, and it also kind of serves as kind of a progress indicator for players. So as they progress, as they're interacting with the world and the puzzles, they come back to these fast travel stations to get an idea of what they've done and where they've explored. And it's pretty spatially accurate. So we know that we're spending a bunch of time down in the base area. In particular, that last one we were in was quite low in terms of altitude, so it makes sense that it was down here. And actually, this is the one we haven't done. And so if you're in here and you've been working hard, let's say you've been working through the pads and you're kind of stuck, or maybe even kind of annoyed or bored with the puzzle, you can clearly see, oh, you know what? I haven't poked my nose up here. Maybe I should go do that. But let's clear out that base puzzle. One thing I'm really proud of, and our amazing programmer Kira should be proud of, is the mouse cursor. I honestly think we've got one of the best mouse cursors in the business. It gets out of the way when you're not moving, and while you're moving, it kind of fades in. I think it provides a really nice amount of subtle feedback and smoothing. It really feels natural, and I'm really surprised that I haven't seen more games do what we're doing here, where you move your mouse into place and the camera or the head sort of catches up. I think it's really, really elegant and feels really good. And the fact that the cursor gets out of the way when you're not using it, I think just makes the space feel a little bit more immersive when you are. Also, I haven't talked too much about this whole holographic kind of layer interface. So it was important to me that interface in the game felt more than just a menu that was popping up, and that it was more integrated and purposeful, and that the world starts to become the interface and vice versa, both from a philosophical perspective, but in that sort of interaction design perspective. So we devised, again, I think a lot of this came from Kira. We devised this sort of augmented reality layer once you're in an interactive space that lets you interact with the interface, the interface of the world. And this shader, this sort of CRT shader, does a really cool job. It actually is a layer kind of on top of the camera. So I guess there's an interesting question. Are you inside looking out, or are you outside looking in to the world of FRACT? I don't know. But it looks great. And of course, it looks terrible on YouTube compression. So we'll see how this shader behaves, but it still looks great and scaled really well. At the time we launched the game, 720p, 1080p were kind of the areas that people were playing in, but I can confirm that this looks and runs great at 4K. It's a pretty timeless art direction. Okay, so this is introduced. This often is the first time this idea of the beam crossing to the other side gets introduced. There we go. And some of this power is moving through as well. So, if I'm not mistaken, this puzzle is actually out of key. The rest of the entire game is in the exact same C minor pentatonic scale, and I can go into later why that is the case. But if I'm not mistaken, this one strayed from that rule, and as a result has a different vibe. And I don't know if it's just cognitively because it's different, I like it more, or it's one of my favorites, but I really like the feel musically of this one, especially the arpeggios that start kicking in, which we will start hearing in a moment. Okay, looking good. Also, we have interesting polyrhythms. So these rhythms are not hyperstatic. So we have, let's see, 4, 4, brain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 11/16 notes on this side. And on this side, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Full 16. So we've got an 11/16 sort of polymeter going on here. And maybe that's another reason why this one's particularly cool. Okay, let's solve this puzzle. Oh, what have I done? I see. Still sounds good. Haven't played this in a very long time. Still puts a smile on my face. Thank you, Maggie. So funky, so good. And that arpeggio is cool as hell. Okay, let's see what we've got here. 4 notes. They look to fill about the same rate. Okay, that one fills up very quick. So these top 2 are pretty fast. Okay, this was the first one. Yep. Okay, 3. I don't think I'm going to make that, but in proving that these are systemic, this was not the solution that I would assume most people would have landed on, but let's see if it is solvable like this. Whoa, cheesed it a little on the collider, but yeah, that's good. So the probable sequence probably would have been this for most people. Okay, I like that. Yeah, so we've checked off 3 of the bass puzzles, 3 of the bass sequences. And if I'm not mistaken, I can hear, yes, another one of these walkways locking into place. And if we take a look over here, we can see that this pedestal, where all of these big beams of bass energy seem to be heading towards, indicate our sequences. That was important. I wanted, and those are obviously dynamically created, so the fact that I've been messing with them, is reflected here. It's really important that, like, the players were really making their mark on the world as it starts to come to life. So let's make our way over to the 4th puzzle. These structures were kind of there to kind of imply the sort of bracing that miners would use when mining areas to try and brace sort of caves so that they don't collapse. Okay, we got the last one here. Okay, we're almost done. And it was always, yeah, we got another one of these guys. I like this idea that the world was reacting as you walk through it, even if it's in subtle ways. So we've unlocked all of the stations in the base area. Neat little lookout over here for those brave enough to take a look. And again, more evidence of your effect on the world. As you unlock things, as you complete puzzles, these beams start firing up and the world becomes more and more alive. What have we got here? I'll go that way, but I'll go this way. One question I got, and this question sort of emerged in different forms from different people throughout the years, and it was about the moments of quiet in the game. The game itself, when you're not making a ton of noise, when you're not solving a puzzle, is quite silent. And that was always by design. I think it did pose a question. And of course, as one sound designer with Mogi's help, populating the world with sound, would I have done a few more layers and a little bit more? Yeah, sure, maybe a little bit more diversity too. But at the end of the day, I think the core dynamic range of this game was very intentional. So the idea that as you're passing through the world, it's relatively quiet. Not silent, but relatively quiet. It's not until you light these machines up and you find yourself knee deep in the sequencers and all this stuff, things really come alive. And that was always by design. And I think it's intended to match the emotional kind of journey of the player as well. But sometimes I would get compliments from sound designers on that approach. And sometimes I would get finger wags from them too. So I guess it depends on where people were coming from, whether it was too quiet it was too loud, or it wasn't, you know, it wasn't enough. So I think what that says it's kind of a matter of taste, and I'm happy with where it landed, but I can also understand why some people maybe felt like it was a little too quiet in the quiet sections. Okay, what do we got here? So it looks like we have multiple modulations. This looks like it's affecting the low and high cutoff. Ah, yes, you can kind of see it, or hear it rather, biting into the envelope in our series filter design. No, I wasn't speaking to you. My phone. Okay, let's see what we can see. Okay, actually, now let's do this. So this, being the last puzzle of the group, in you know, pretty classic systemic kind of puzzle design territory, is sort of the final exam. And there's a pretty big fake out in this puzzle design, and that is sending power to the other side. I know that I don't need to send power to the other side, but the player can spend a non-trivial amount of time doing this. And here we go. And it doesn't sound very good. So it's kind of an indication, or it was supposed to be a subconscious indication that maybe this is the wrong route to follow. So let's bring this back down to here. Let's see what we can... So we have another effect on the filter cutoffs. I'm assuming this is probably the LFO. Let's see. Yes, so the LFO is affecting that. Let's take a look at where we need to get. We need to send one up here. Nope. What else do I have that I can tweak? Okay, let's try this. Okay, so this definitely is going to go through here. Or we're getting somewhere, but okay, there we go. You can hear some of the stems coming through. Okay, that's a good start. Okay. Like I said, it's been a while since I played these. Got it. Let's see what we're working with. Last door, second door, third door. So here is the first door. Not too bad. Okay, it's that last door. That's tricky. That looks like pretty clean. Ah, got it. But I am going to change it to something a bit more interesting. There we go. So here we are. Last walkway in place, we're about to solve the first final machine puzzle. Internally, that's what we refer to them as, these final machines for each area. And this one is sort of this mix between, like, that's a bit nonsensical, but it's about drilling and extracting things from the environment. And this is the first time we have the opportunity to both sequence sequences and change modulation at the same time. This is kind of the evolution of a whole area. So on the bottom, you can really put them in any order you wish. There's no right or wrong answer. But in each area of the game, as you've seen, you've got to kind of keep track of these clues for the modulation of each core synth. So I took notes, so let's take a look. And as I start filling these in, you can start to hear pieces of the music fill in. The progress bar as we power up this machine. And there we go. Trip back to the middle and admire everything we've done. So the way these routes work in the gondolas or the fast travel is they take the shortest distance, and that distance is not calculated by time or physical distance, but the number of steps. So depending on where you are and where you initiate, it will choose to go in that, to basically the shortest number of steps to where you need to go. And since everything in the game is built on the sound engine that Cura developed in puredata, I'll try and go into more details maybe in a later section. But everything in the world is kind of locked to a world tempo. So we have a world BPM, and we have these bangs or subticks where things can initialize. And if memory serves, it's 90 BPM, which is quite slow, nice kind of chill, synth wavy tempo. And everything happens on a 30-second note within that time signature. So the initiation of all of these animations happen with permission of the sound engine on tempo. And the same goes for traveling through the gondola. You pass through each ring of the gondola at the same point according to the tempo. So everything sort of happens in a musical way. So we're back here at the middle, and when we started out, it was quite dead. There was nothing going on. And now we have all 5 of these main beams from the central area lit up and pointing up there to somewhere which we'll explore later. And you can see that this area of the base is now sending up these beams to that machine as well. This, again, an important bit of feedback for players as they progress through the world. Maybe we can get a better view as we kind of step over to the green area, the pad area of the game. Yeah, check that out. That's all the work we've done in roughly an hour. We internally referred to these as pad lichen, these sort of, I guess, almost living plants that grow in the pad area. And they, like the bass strips, are player reactive synthesizer voices. And the animation is also driven by the sound here. So that LFO, that pulsing, that visual pulsing, is not a traditional animation, but one that is dictated, by these 2 synthesizer voices. Yeah, they sound pretty dang cool. So let's head back to the rough path. Again, there's no rules. There are a few little side sections that players are there are options to explore. There's this little walkway up this way. Actually, yeah, let's take a little peek over here first. I remember there was a really nice lookout through here. Nice lookout of the center. And if we come up here, there's another pad lichen by the looks of it. Love these little guys. So these get placed procedurally, and the animation gets scrubbed. So each of these are actual geometry that move through the space, and they actually sort of hang out up there, and then as you walk away, they return. Ah, yes, here we are. Sneaky little lookout. I think onto the pad section. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so maybe we'll play the pad next. And I'll tell you guys a neat story about this huge spillway and the set of dams as we dig in. Interesting aspect of the spatial design. So we came from here? Yes. So one common and honestly pretty fair complaint about FRACT OSC was the controls when you're kind of getting stuck and jammed up in slopes. And the short answer is we did our best. we made it as robust a character controller as we could. Kira did an amazing job at kind of designing the character controller for different edge cases. So, you know, for the vast majority, it works fine. You can walk over small ramps. You don't get stuck in most places, but it does still happens occasionally. Yes, that's unfortunate, but we, you know, we definitely did our best in building the character controller, and then the rest was tuning the world, little edge cases where you get hung up and jammed up in specific spots. And, you know, yeah, and we definitely missed a few spots, but we did our best. And a lot of the testers helped us find the most egregious spots where players would get stuck in places that they intuitively would expect to not get stuck. So yeah, if you got stuck in FRACT, you weren't alone, and I'm sorry, but we did our best. Okay, let's explore the pad area a bit. So here we have the kind of final machine. Every area is kind of built around these final structures. These machines meant to evoke some sort of extraction from the environment. Are these machines in harmony with the space, the world of FRACT? Are they maybe overstripping, over exploiting? I think that's a question for the player. I know that at the time I first started making these games, I first made the prototype. I had a feeling that some of these ideas of synthesis, some of these ideas of simple music making were kind of in a weird state where they'd sort of been. There was an explosion with tools like Rebirth and trackers and kind of sample-based tools like Acid back in the day, software that was quite accessible. But that was sort of late 90s, early 2000s. But when it came to software, it had kind of moved back into the realm of the professional. And equally, hardware there was this weird place where hardware was either extremely expensive at the professional level, like Pro Tools was unobtainable by mere mortals, even in a scenario where a lot of the software was openly pirated. It was just very, very difficult to get your hands on serious tools, and the hardware itself, whether it was synthesizers or drum machines, was also in a weird place. There were kind of toys, kind of not very serious synths, and then very serious synths. So this sort of maybe middle ground where someone could get into music making in a pretty low barrier way, it was in a weird state. And I think there was an idea when I made the first student prototype that some of these tools and the playfulness had been kind of forgotten, and that was one of the things I wanted to spark with FRACT and the original prototype, and furthermore with the FRACT OSC. So here's a little spooky section. This little section of trees that was semi-procedurally grown underneath one of the later stages of the lead area. And I don't know how many people played with these guys, because when you're up there, it looks kind of scary to come down, but it's not. How do these work? Okay, it's been a while. Is there another one? Oh. Oh. They're happening in order. Okay, that's number 2. Here's number 1. So 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4. This is a mechanic we didn't make enough use of. In fact, kind of sequencing things. So this, I believe, yes, and then these trees kind of come alive, the singing trees. Lots of nice warble. So that was a mechanic that we didn't make enough use of. I think that's the only example of kind of this observation of sequence that the player has to kind of infer. These little weird reverse rain particles never get old. Kind of always thought of them as little organisms. Okay, where were we? We're making our way to the pads. Oh, we can also go down. Check out these lichen. Yeah, these structures are massive. Okay, let's head back up. There's an example of tricky bits of geometry. But for the most part, the player controller makes it. So I did, like, when it comes to sound design and sound effects, one-shots, that kind of stuff, I did the vast majority of that sound design. Except for this. The sound design for this guy was Mogi Grumbles, our musical collaborator. He lent a hand, and late in the game, I was like, oh man, I need some help. And I love this sound effect. Oof. That's good. That's good. Let's take the elevator. And yes, you can hop right off this elevator. More lights to indicate where you can go. Some of my favorite doors, for sure, in the game. Okay, we're lighting up the pads. I'll touch on kind of the VR question maybe later, but one of the things, we did do some tests, some rough prototypes in VR. And one of the things that looked, I mean, honestly, FRACT is a good fit for VR in a lot of ways. But one of the things that looked the best, not the best, I really liked, I guess, was this map. There's so much depth here. And it's really cool with the holograms. Okay. So not only does each area in the game sort of have its archetypal synthesizer, based on some pretty classic sounds, bass, pad, and lead synths. But there was also an idea of motion, motion of the player, motion of space, sort of spatial relationships. And the bass was very much about digging and going down. The pads are about traversal, about blanketing an area in sound and of space. So there's quite a bit of surface area you cover in the pads. And the leads, naturally being a higher register instrument, are about climbing. But you'll see this with the pads here. So the pads, I think, are actually one of the most integrated bits of interface in the game. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is you are simultaneously interacting with these interfaces, but you are very much within them when you're interacting with them. So we have these inputs and outputs here, also labeled by these extra little bits of hologram. And as you turn these platforms. Some are locked, some are not. You have, you know, your nice UI here to indicate what the heck you're doing. But you're in the interface as you're solving the puzzle, and this was always something that felt, honestly, I think it feels really good. It feels less like you're flicking switches and more like you're building towards solving a giant machine. And similar to the bass area, each one of these knobs is tied to a specific modulation. So the synths that play in each one of these sort of pseudo floating towers. Let's light this guy up. I can see them react. There we go. And those animations are controlled by the sound. Okay, this should be a simple one. Rotate this 90 degrees, and we should get all the nodes lit up. And up there, our sequencer station. And we can have these big, thick pads playing. Okay, let's head up. Actually, what's down here? Okay, there's our door, but it is deactivated. So let's solve our sequencer. And I really have to say that so much of the design was very collaborative of this game. I know that I was the one implementing the design. I was the creative director on this project, but both Kira and Quinn, my wife, were very influential in the design of these things. Both musical people, both highly intuitive and design focused. And I don't think we would have kind of cracked the code on all of these sections without everyone contributing to the design. Okay, so similar to the other sequencers, we have a charge stage, and a release stage. We have some hints here. So as you can see, here's our charge stage. The first node charges up, first note, and now we should have both of them producing a 2-note chord. Which works, but as we can see, this higher note needs a little bit more time to open up. And I don't think it's going to do it in that round. So now we're opening up this node ahead in order to let this energy pass through. It's going to do it? I think so. Okay, and our door has unlocked. So a lot happens in these spaces when you solve these puzzles. It probably got missed, but this second column of green pad juice, copyright TM, actually flows down here and starts to fill that giant spillway for the final machine. And those animations and those systems, well, important to me, I realize most people miss entirely. Okay, number 2. Why do I feel like I might be missing something? Okay, let's go though. Okay, what have we here? Okay, so we're in the second pad puzzle. It was important to us when designing the puzzles that we have a sort of pretty logical progression of mechanics. we didn't want things to be overwhelming, but we also didn't want things to feel samey. So I'm going to turn this guy on, or rather turn him around so that I can walk across. And just like that, we've solved the puzzle. So there are a few things in this puzzle that are new, and that we try to mimic this similar approach where we introduce one or two new mechanics in each puzzle to keep things fresh but not overwhelming. I think we probably erred on the conservative side for most players. So in this case, this is the first time in one of these puzzles that we have multiple height layers. So we can come down here. This one's broken, of course. We can come up here. But in order to get to the end, we've actually had to disconnect the path of the beam. So those are sort of the two pretty subtle things we've added to the second puzzle. So, oh, the door is of course locked. So let's take a look at what we've got here. So this beam seems to be heading in the right direction. This beam is heading in the right direction. It's this one. So we could go back to 0, or we could probably achieve what we want at 360 degrees. What's interesting about that is at 360 degrees, that's a different modulation than 0 degrees. But they both should, it's been a while, solve the puzzle. So you could have two different sounds at the solve state here. Let's go. And another fast travel station. Thank you. Things are getting lit up. So quite a few players kind of noticed the systemic nature of the sequencer puzzles in the pad area. And part of that has to do with the fact that the pads move quite slow. In particular, you can cheese these sequences. Okay, so the middle one fills fast. I'm going to do it like this to get an idea of what's going on. This one fills quickly, takes 3 to open. What am I doing wrong? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so the second one. Top one takes a long time to open. Okay, I'm going to prioritize that one. So, and there's 2 different paths happening here. This one I'm assuming goes straight to the receiver. Okay, so this one on the top needs even more time to open. Okay, we jumped the gun a little bit. Bass Synth, kind of thumping away there. Aha! So we have this one caved in. So what have we got here? going to write this one down. Different notebook today. So we have so number 2 is there, and number 2 is okay. I made a mess of that. Puzzles within puzzles. We'll get a sneak peek of the next puzzle. But as I was saying about those sequencers, because they move so slow, you can quite easily start a note, recover that note, and push it over. So the pad puzzles in particular are very easy to kind of overwhelm or to cheese your way through. Okay, let's just take a gander down there. So this spillway was pretty much empty when we started. We now have this big overflow coming from this dam. We have one from here as well, and it's starting to fill up down here. You can see that these objects are kind of floating, and the spillway is filling up. Don't think there's anywhere else we can kind of peruse, but yeah, that's what's down here. Would come as no surprise that Myst was a big inspiration for me as I was building these games, and especially once things kind of well, I should say the first Myst and Riven especially, but one thing that I kind of missed about the prospect or the kind of promise of those games is because the early ones, of course, limited by the tech that was available, were kind of node-based in space. You didn't get the opportunity to kind of poke your nose around corners and kind of find your own special views. So that was something we felt was important for our game. Okay, so we've come up here. Is there anything else over here? Nope. These fractured structures. This was an effect I used often to sort of indicate that things had been broken down and that the world was crumbling. I learned 3D from a motion design perspective as opposed to a game dev perspective. So at the time, I was using Cinema 4D. Actually, I still do use Cinema 4D because that's what I know best. But at the time, we were making the prototype, the student prototype, and this game. Cinema 4D was pretty unheard of for game dev. As I understand now, it's a little bit more widely used, but it really was more of a broadcast tool. But now it's a serious powerhouse in those sort of tools. But yes, that was a kind of visual effect, this fracturing that we used everywhere. And it caused some challenges when it came to colliders. Okay, so this is a fun one. We now have multiple levels, and I can turn that on from here. We have multiple levels. This one can't be rotated. Multiple levels to deal with. Some interesting modulations by the sound of it. Here we go. So this is our first opportunity to interact with a new control paradigm for the pads. And as you can hear, I'm controlling the octave of one of the synth voices. No, correction. I'm controlling an octave for, I think, them all. That's cool. Hop down here. This sounds like it's LFO speed. Okay, so I think I've unlocked everything I need to unlock. Ooh, that's nice. LFO in audio rate range. But let's turn that down a bit. Actually, it will need to be here. Okay. What have I missed a step? I think I must have. How do I get up there? Oh, hello. Aha! Pretty close to the juice. Up we go. And just like that, we've arrived. Now, before we get too ahead of ourselves, okay, that's the correct position. We can use these handy bits here. I originally designed these input and output sort of spigots to resemble kind of conventional pro audio inputs and outputs, whether they be MIDI or XLR or TRS connectors. But in the end, the legibility of those was a little too finicky. So we kept it much simpler, like a pretty obvious input and output. Okay, sequencer time. Okay, double node. Wonder if that, and then, so we're looking at four, probably, let's see how many notes. 3 notes. That opens reasonably fast and stays open. This one takes a bit longer, clearly. 4, 5, 6, 6. Okay, that one opens pretty quick. Well, so there is a quote-unquote correct or ideal kind of solution here based on these mechanics, but let me demonstrate how these were systemically exploitable. And it's kind of boring, but it's interesting. Some people would do that. So you could basically cheese the rate of those sequencers, which hey man, it's a feature. Can't argue with it. Aha. Okay, so here's the busted one, which tells us a slightly different story. Let's see if this door works. Okay, yep. And here we are. The final exam of these puzzles. I'll unlock this guy first. So yeah, here's an example of a clearly we had to adjust this collider to make things a little easier for folks. So yes. Okay, so there's a greater degree of complexity that happens in this final puzzle. There's also something else we're trying to teach the player, something that they must do, but we're not specifically kind of explicitly teaching them. So it starts right here. The hope is that this action here is where this kind of breadcrumb gets laid in their minds, and that is you got to jump for it. Maybe in more than one spot. So here we go. What have we got here? Another rotational one. Okay. Sounds like it's affecting LFO, either speed or depth. Looks like we want to get up there, so let's head up this way. What have we got here? We've got an up-down. So let's take a look. Okay. Down won't give us much, but maybe up will. Ah, yes. Okay. So at the beginning of the puzzle, around here, we ask the player to make a very necessary leap of faith. And then this big terrifying jump here is required to solve this puzzle. So, here we go. Again, FRACT is a chill game, but we did want to introduce a couple moments of excitement and you know, perceived danger. Okay, so if we're here, that's already in its top position. And this is our first and ultimately only node with bidirectional control. I've got a feeling we've got to get to there. Okay, I think we've unlocked everybody. Oh no, we still need to make it. Our final station is in the middle. Okay, we've got... So we'll need 90 degrees and 2 up. Okay, we've arrived. The door, however, is closed. So let's get to fixing this. So even though we can't perfectly see everyone, we can line up these guys here. So this will need 180. And this one will go back here. How are we looking? With all those lovely stems coming in. Let's turn this to here. Go. I do like those beats on that one. Okay, final puzzle for the pads, 4 notes. Nice chord. Doubt it will be this simple. Okay. I won't cheese it. I will attempt to solve it quote unquote correctly. This needs 4, 5, 6. 6 will just do it. That's it. All 4 sequencers done. And as you can see, this whole space is oozing out pad juice. We've flooded the whole spillway, taken the express elevator down to the final machine. I believe, yeah, so of course it's impossible for anyone to have seen the animation, but I swear it happened. This whole structure fills in, and these pieces kind of lock into place. Another thing that is subtle, honestly too subtle in the game, is that there is kind of meteorological kind of aspects to each area. So the fog in the sky not only changes color, but there's some properties in terms of its density, its fall off, based on where you are in space. So not just by region, by even kind of subtle kind of differences. And on top of that, there's a day-night cycle. Again, it's a little too subtle, but I can kind of tell that we were at peak daylight, maybe, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds ago, and things are starting to dim and we're moving into nighttime. I think, yes. Anyway, with that, let's solve this this final machine puzzle. I'm only noticing now that my hair is doing something rather interesting on camera. Ooh, we are missing some info here. Okay. I only have three of these. But you know what? Let's go back and take a look for number 4. Nope. I wonder. So, again, there are a few ways to determine those values. We made sure that they were pretty close to fast travel stations, so that once players have gone ahead and done some hunting, they aren't stuck, or rather, once they've done a bunch of puzzles, they aren't stuck kind of just randomly poking in the dark and trying to find, I see it over there, randomly trying to find these clues in the world. So that was important, and there's another place you can find them. So those values, the values that are found at each synth, they're not arbitrary. They are the core values for the core synths. So each synth has a set of parameters that we deemed the kind of, well, I don't know about ideal, but the iconic sound for each synth. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there. And in the case with hardware synths, software synths, there's often a sort of there's a default value, and those default values. Let me see if we can get to where we need to get from here. So those default values, you can often recall them. They're the standard default values for a synthesizer. And it just so happens those are also the default values for the synths in the studio. So these values, they're not arbitrary. They are specific to each synthesizer. And core to each synth's sort of DNA within the world of FRACT. Okay, so we gotta get back down here. Probably a ledge we can hop off. No fall damage in this game. So our programmer Kira, who developed this really nice cursor for first-person play, she is quite sensitive to motion sickness, or at least she was when we were making the game. So not only is this an elegant system, in my opinion, but it was kind of developed to reduce some motion sickness that she and probably a lot of other people have. There's no head bob as a result. Also, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of head bob. It's often introduced in kind of poor ways. We tested footsteps that sort of happened to the beat, but ultimately it just felt wrong. We felt that it didn't add. We tried a couple different systems for footsteps, and it really just didn't contribute. Okay, so as I was saying, with this, we need to dial in the core synth tones. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so this one was here. Wait for another note to play. It's a nice chord. Go. Oof. That's juicy. Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty satisfying. Pretty satisfying and quite a visual spectacle once it's all said and done. Okay, so next up we've got the lead section. Maybe I can talk a little bit about the beams. And maybe as a corollary, I can discuss a little bit about the sound engine as well. So, whenever you see a beam in the game, it is actually transmitting. Actually, there are some exceptions. Some are just aesthetic beams, like the beam here. But they're the exception. So this beam has a check mark in particular that is basically, don't need any information. Just give me an aesthetic beam. But these beams are actual nodes in the synth network. They are actual nodes that are passing information along. So in an interesting way, in kind of conventional synthesis or sound or what have you, you'll have like control data and sound data. What's interesting about these is the data being passed from node to node is kind of a hybrid of both. Each one of these nodes can, basically any corner can emit sound, but it's also passing data. It's passing note data. So basically a MIDI note, it's passing parameters. So whether those parameters are the parameters of the synth, cutoff, envelope, LFO, stuff like that. And that data is being passed from node to node. So these nodes are a lot more than just aesthetic. They are actual, real sort of patch data that's floating through the synth engine. And in a way, this synth engine, despite the fact that we're modeling subtractive synthesis, actually has more in common with, I guess, a modular synthesizer than a conventional subtractive synth in some ways. Another kind of on a point there, the actual synth engine that Cura developed is based on puredata. Puredata is a, hopefully I'm not misspeaking here, it's an open source sound environment. Basically, it's a sort of a, how would I describe it best? Sort of a semi-visual. A lot of people use the interface in a visual way, where you're connecting blocks, and these blocks can perform different sound functions. And puredata is a really, really powerful tool for sound and other applications as well. And Cura developed the entire sound engine within puredata. When we made this game, it was absolutely uncharted territory to do synthesis in real time. The kind of stuff that we do with this guy right here, not only in terms of sound, but in terms of feedback and animation, was wholly unheard of at the time. In fact, before we had completely decided to use puredata, we were evaluating other methods. I believe there's another there's another software synthesizer that does a similar thing called Reactor. Very powerful, much more user-friendly. It's a more commercialized product, and it had the capability to be embedded in some runtime environments, but it didn't quite work. And the licensing was even if the licensing could be figured out, it wasn't something that was in probably our small studio's capabilities to license something like Reactor within our game. But I don't even think the licensing would have functioned. Okay, I'm going to make my way up to the lead slowly as I kind of describe this anecdote. In any case, there's a built-in Unity sound engine. It is very bare bones. It works, and I think that's kind of the extent of it. I don't think Unity puts a lot of effort into their sound engine because there's so many good third-party alternatives. And one of those third-party alternatives comes from Montreal, which is where we're from, and it's called Wise. It's kind of the industry standard. It's a big, powerful tool. I'll be honest, in my opinion, having used it elsewhere, it's a little... It can be a little cumbersome. It is very powerful, but I dare say it's even a bit too much at sometimes, and definitely in a lot of ways too much for our needs here in FRACT. That said, I met with some of the engineers from Audio Kinetic early on in our development. FRACT was definitely getting some visibility for the stuff we were trying to do with sound. Weird stuff like this, for instance. And we were at a interactive audio design kind of meetup. Haha. I like these kind of weird forgotten zones in the game. Not entirely forgotten. In any case, we met up at this meetup with Audio Kinetic. Basically, think of it as the Pro Tools. And at the time, this is still over 10 years ago, but the Pro Tools of the interactive sound and sound engine for games market. And I remember saying to one of their lead engineers, hey, we have this crazy idea. We're going to make a game. It's kind of like Myst, but inside a synthesizer. Can you guys do real-time synthesis? And they laughed because they thought I was joking, because this is an absurd ask. No one does real-time synthesis. What would you possibly need it for? And it also kind of upsets the paradigm of how sound is made in games, because and that's not anyone's fault. It just so happens that sound, for the majority of games, indie devs are definitely better at this. Oh yeah, this is the little path I was looking for. The secret way over to the leads. Indie games are a bit better at this, but most big budget, AAA, large scale games, sound comes later. Sound designers, sound directors are in the room in some of the early meetings, but they don't really get in there and get an opportunity to make a mess and make influence on the game until much later. And as a result, the philosophy the philosophy behind sound design in AAA games is often, but not always, there's definitely some exceptions, is often not a primary concern in the design of the game, which is a shame, in my opinion. But when you're working from the sound up, as I call it, sound becomes more integrated. And sound is literally dictating many of the game mechanics in our game. And to this day, I could be wrong, but I haven't seen an implementation of real-time synthesis on the same level as what we are doing. I definitely could be wrong there, so correct me in the comments if something has come along. But we were definitely at the forefront. The only other substantial conventional game that had shipped with pure data at the point that we launched FRAC, Spore, to give you an idea. Okay, so now lead puzzles. Okay, so lead puzzles. I'll probably dip back into sort of technical synth stuff once we're moving to the next area, but let's take a look at this. So in the case of the lead puzzles, we have yet another interaction paradigm. You can see that everything's kind of split up in this grid, and it's meant to kind of evoke an XY pad. It's kind of like a chaos pad or similar interfaces like that. And as you move a respective cube, these sort of cube crystals that are part of this extraction system, the vertical axis typically changes the pitch of that particular note, and the other axis will change a modulation. And once you have a cube in its or any destination, actually, any of these green spots, that acts as like a goal in that puzzle, similar to the other puzzles where when you achieve a certain position, parts of the music start to fill in. Certain criteria have been met. But in this case, we've got some secondary nodes, and in this case, we've got these little bridges that get built when the cubes are in the right position. And I'm a big fan of building, I know I've said this a lot, building these sort of animations that are very reactive to where you are and what you do. They're simple. Like, this isn't doing anything, but it's just this very satisfying little touch that I think I really like putting in games, and I like it when games do that as well. I think there's an opportunity to design something that's almost built exclusively around that sort of feedback. So here we are with this cube. It seems to be affecting resonance. Oh, actually, the envelope. Pitch. And there we go. Pretty juicy. Okay. So the game is nudging us down here. Another elevator, and maybe one of my favorite buttons in the game. Very excessive bit of animation there. Very, very unnecessary, but very satisfying. Okay, let's get a nice view. So here's another example of a walkway that did not have to be animated, but it feels good when you're up here. Let's get a view of the world, good idea of the scale. So we fired up the pad area. It's all lit up and doing its thing. Cloud cover is pretty tight right now. You can see that we've really fired up a lot of progress for the world as we're. Okay, so lead sequencer puzzles. This one's not up and running yet. We have to do this one first. It's the very first puzzle. Give players an idea of what's going on. So again, like all of the other sequencer puzzles in the game, the step sequencer puzzles, that is, they're systemic. And this particular set of puzzles are interesting because some people can read them quite easily as these pulses filling and then reaching forward with that charge. But some people had real issues, and I think part of that is the speed. The other two sections in bass and pad were slower and gives the player enough time to kind of read what's going on. Some people had issues with these and just felt like they were random. And after we solved them, nice little bass line. I'll share an anecdote of a specific person who solved them. When we were working on this game, the sort of self-publishing landscape was quite impenetrable. Getting a game on Steam was quite an ordeal and quite complicated. You couldn't just do it. And Steam was starting to work with a system called Steam Greenlight, which basically was a almost not quite a crowdsourcing, but I guess sort of a crowdsourcing system in which they would gauge interest in projects based on user input. So games would have to get voted in. You can see these bits of animation are being driven by the sound here. In any case, so getting a game on Steam was complicated, and we were exploring the green light option. But we also had a good amount of momentum from the student prototype winning an IGF award, and just having a good amount of visibility then on Twitter and some of the indie game forums. We had kind of built enough visibility to be something that people were keeping an eye on. We were also pretty low on cash. I'll be honest, we were very fortunate in having a bit of a safety net if we needed to, that we could leverage in order to borrow money. But we thought there was kind of a dual opportunity at the time to get a little bit of expertise and financial aid at the same time. So we reached out to IndieFund, and IndieFund had a really interesting funding model at the time, pretty chill in the grand scheme of things. They're not a publisher, and their sort of deal and recoup parameters seemed pretty reasonable. And they were all game developers, so a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of veterans in the indie space and the game space in general that had found success. And we reached out to, we applied to IndieFund, and we connected with Kelly Santiago of that game company, and all of the amazing things she's done. And she became kind of our handler at IndieFund. And sure enough, after some talk and basically some discussions with their team, they agreed to help us out in kind of the funding department. Not a huge influx of cash, but enough to kind of make us feel a little bit more comfortable. But another thing that relationship provided was opportunities for access to their expertise. Like, these are people that had done it. They had relationships with major platforms, with engines, so kind of greasing the wheels, not so much greasing the wheels, but having that expertise when we were talking to folks like Steam, or even we never pursued console launches, but we had easier access to Sony and other platforms, kind of cleaner, faster relationships with Unity and Steam, you name it, and design expertise. And one of the folks at IndieFund that took a particular notice and interest in FRACT was Jonathan Blow, who had very successfully released Braid and was working on a new, at the time, unannounced project that actually shared a lot of kind of design goals with FRACT, which would become the Witness. So very early on, Jonathan was kind enough to kind of be a little bit of a sort of design advisor, and get his hands on early builds and play the game. I bring this up as a puzzle designer, and I'm sure other puzzle designers can relate to this, that when someone is playing a puzzle game, they approach puzzles with a certain set of sort of cognitive or emotional kind of parameters coming into something, and those parameters have a big effect on how someone will perceive a puzzle. So much so that we can naturally understand that a different person with a different set of understanding, with a different state of mind, will come in and interact with a puzzle differently. I mean, that goes without saying. And we have to design puzzles in order to appeal to a pretty broad enough set of players, so that these products, if they're things we're going to sell, are successful. But what I've also discovered in making this game and making a lot of other puzzle games is that even the same person with the same set of like cognitive biases, knowledge, and understanding of a puzzle and a puzzle system can have a wildly different vibe day to day. So the same person on a different day or even different time of day may interact with a puzzle completely differently, and that it's hard to control those things. Anyway, let's dip into this puzzle. Hard to tell exactly what this modulation is changing. Probably how the filter is affected, and the envelope is something to do with envelope and filter by the sounds of it. Okay, what have we got here? Okay, there's one goal node. Okay, we have 3 cubes. This can bring us over here. Okay, that was probably a mistake. Okay, because we need to get over to that platform. Okay, I see what this one's teaching. That we can use the cubes as walkways. And this is definitely another example of a set of puzzles that really makes you feel like you're inside the interface. Like we are quite literally inside these XY pads as we're trying to solve what's going on here. So we can come up here, just for fun apparently. Let's park this guy in his home. Ooh, Nice little bass line coming in. Okay, and I think this was on this plane. Maybe I can time this one to the end of a bar so it's a little more satisfying. There we go. So coming back to this idea that the same person on a different day in a different context can have a pretty wildly different kind of experience with the same puzzles, were these puzzles, the sequencer puzzles for the lead. On an early build in a really relaxed and low pressure environment, Jonathan Blow was kind of playing through an early build, giving us some advice, and these puzzles really resonated with him. And he's a very, very talented puzzle designer. Like this guy designs puzzles. I mean, look at what The Witness became, right? And these puzzles, in particular, when he first played them, they clicked, right? And we tried to build enough feedback so that they could be really intuitive. I like this one. The almost metal drum sounding synth. Subtly Caribbean vibe. So they were, you know, he gave us thumbs up, said, okay, these are working well, you know, carry on. And then a couple months later, actually the following year later at GDC, he sat down and he played them again, and he found them incredibly frustrating. And something just wasn't clicking, even though mechanically they hadn't changed, the tuning on the puzzles hadn't changed, the feedback on the puzzles had barely changed, and if anything, it became clearer. So this wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a knock on John Blow. It was more an observation that that we here, let me one thing at a time, that even the same person the same day, even someone with a lot of skill and a lot of understanding of these systems can come into these puzzle spaces in a different state of mind that can really affect someone's experience and happiness while playing. And I think that's a real big challenge to design for. And I think that there are puzzle designers out there that really kind of thread this needle. And I think it's inherent of the puzzle genre, something that puzzle designers just have to accept. So when you have open worlds, kind of like FRACT, maybe it gives the player an opportunity, if they're butting their head up against something, to go and explore, to refresh, to come back later, and to give puzzles another try with a fresh mindset. Now, let's solve this one. Okay, this one takes a lot of filling. Recharges, drops its charge pretty fast. Takes 3. This one just takes 1. And there we are. Properly lit up. Oof, that's a good riff. I think I'm gonna change it up though. Okay, so one thing I haven't been doing is I haven't been writing down the clues. So there were, maybe we'll head over unlock that fast travel station first, and then I'm going to head back down and pick up the modulation clues for the end. Okay, so right before we started the lead puzzles, I was talking a bit about the synth engine, the sound engine, and how all of that works, and this idea that Kira developed a sound engine in puredata using the libpd kind of open source project that helps package puredata in an application. So running, and again, I'm kind of talking out of my technical depth here, but basically running alongside the game itself is a DLL that is running puredata. And these puredata patches can be found in the game files if people are curious. And puredata is running, and this synth engine is running. Okay, so we're at station number 2. We should be able to find a clue. Yes, there we are. And puredata is running in the background. And it's doing a lot more than just playing sounds. It also has to allocate all the sounds because we have a specific synth budget. So I believe the version of FRACT that we shipped with can run 8 synthesizer voices simultaneously. So that means 8 voices of synthesized synths. Okay, let me write this down. And that is kind of our biggest budgetary limitation in terms of sound. It would have been great to have more, of course, but it's computationally quite complex. Okay, let me just draw this. So on top of the synthesized sounds, we have a lot of samples as well. So Mogi Grumbles, our amazing musical collaborator, he in his studio with his very enviable collection of synthesizers, he would play the game and then on his synths jam out to something and record those as multi-tracked audio. So that multi-tracked audio became the looping stems that sort of feed in as you start to solve puzzles. So as you solve puzzles, these layers, these looping layers, sample accurate, perfectly timed layers, which we can hear fading in here, and I believe that bass line is one of his as well, they come in as well. And all of that is also dictated by the sound engine. And I, again, don't remember off the top of my head the number of looping layers we have, but it was a bit more generous. I would say it was probably in the order of 10 or 12 looping layers that we could bring in or out. And some of those looping layers are used for ambience. You can hear some subtle wind here. In the case of FRACT, wind is of course a bit of white noise wash getting filtered. And then finally we have a bank of one-shot synth sounds or audio sounds, sample sounds. And those sample sounds are for things like sound effects and other kind of things that happen once. So compared to probably a lot of other sound engines that are a little bit more general purpose, our actual, in terms of like our actual voice budget was a bit smaller, you know. Oops, write this down. I realize I'm not talking enough about these interesting clues. Really like this kind of visual effect, and it was something I used in the student version as well. So yeah, we had a pretty restricted set of voices, and that had an effect on the fall off of some of these voices. And I know earlier I talked about the sort of quietness of the game and this idea that we did want a good amount of dynamic range in the space from quiet to loud. But if I'm honest, I would have loved the fall off of some of these voices to be a bit bigger so that we could hear a little bit more, let's say, of this puzzle or even this puzzle, as there's a more gradual crossfade between spaces. But because of the voice allocation, every time we need to get a new voice in the system, another one gets bumped out. The less kind of abrupt to the player way of dealing with this was to kind of reduce some of these fall-offs so we didn't have any of those awkward voices being stolen, especially if some of them were really important to gameplay. Whereas in a lot of other sound engines, especially in this time, yes, you could prioritize sounds, but if a sound didn't play, it wasn't the end of the world. Clearly for us, a little more complicated. And here we have these sound steps, which also eat up an individual synth voice per step. This is a neat alternate path to this next section up here. And the up and down will affect the modulation of that particular voice, if I remember correctly. And it's not so much a puzzle as it is a fun little thing to play with. Okay, can this? Okay, we're good. And we're up. So, right before we started the lead section, which was actually yesterday, I took a break. I did do a little bit of research into whether there were other games that are approaching real-time synthesis in the same way we are. And it seems like there are some examples out there of real-time synthesis being a part of games to solve sound design problems. But it does seem like they're a little less integrated as synthesis and more as a sound design tool. GTA 5, for instance, uses granular synthesis. Excuse me. And it looks like Unreal Engine has some procedural synthesis and sound capabilities these days with their meta sounds, something I intend to explore. No promises, but yes, I'm dipping my toes into Unreal Engine. So I think there are definite examples out there as well. And if there are very musical examples out there, please let me know in the comments. But it did remind me that the type of synthesis we're emulating in real time is a little atypical. One, because it has such a kind of vibe, modeling analog synthesis and this sort of synthwave sounds, but also because it's very computationally expensive. In retrospect, there's probably a different type of synthesis we could have explored, that we could have yielded more available synth voices, so we could have larger fall-offs and what have you. But analog synths and the sound of like vintage analog synths and the sound we were after, the sort of synth wavy, sort of Comtrues, Boards of Canada, and ultimately Mogi Grumble's vibe of this game. Actually, we got another clue over there. Let's grab it while we can. Was really built on a subtractive synths, so analog synths, and specifically I had a deeper understanding. I had a familiarity with subtractive synths, so I could design tools and playful things that emulate subtractive synths. Oh, this is a cool one because it's actually huge, and it's wedged into this big chunk of terrain. But subtractive synthesis, done well, is computationally expensive. when I take some time in the studio later, maybe I can discuss in more detail maybe some of the designs and some of the aspects of analog synths we were trying to emulate. But yeah, we were running up against this idea that subtractive synthesis is expensive. So what you can see up here is actually one of our sequences that we've solved throughout the game. Here's another one, another step sequencer. This looks like the first lead step sequencer puzzle here, because it was quite simple. That would almost certainly be one of the pad sequences, as it is a chord or it is polyphonic. Okay, let's explore this puzzle. These puzzles actually start to get tricky. Let's see how quickly I solve them. But Kira, our programmer, definitely proposed, and in her defense, she was probably right, for us to consider wavetable synthesis, because ultimately, wavetable synthesis could achieve a lot, and I mean a lot, of the same sounds and vibes that we wanted to achieve. It just wasn't something I was as deeply familiar with. After releasing FRACT, I started getting into modular Eurorack synthesizers. And the main voices I use, looking over at my big old synth over there, are a pair of IntelliGel, Canadian designed, IntelliGel shapeshifters. And they're definitely some of my favorite synth voices. And they are wavetables. And I really do think that a wavetable approach would have been probably indistinguishable from our virtual analog approach, and it would have been much more computationally efficient. And I think we could have gotten away with a couple more voices and bigger roll-offs and what have you. Would it have drastically changed the design of the game? No, I don't think so. But it might have provided a little bit more smoothing between areas and maybe a little bit more flexibility with sound toys. Some of the sound toys you've seen, I had to restrict where those were, whether they're the sound steps or the trees or what have you. But I think if we had used either wavetable or granular or frequency modulation, very cool, very performant, very unintuitive to me. I'm sure there are people who get it like that, but FM was never for me. Okay, let's solve a puzzle. Okay, we've got pitch going up and down in octaves. We have what look like there's a goal. That's almost certainly where that one needs to end up. We've got 2 sets of stairs by the looks of it. Pretty big modulation change. Okay, well that has a ramp, so I can get back there. But, aha. So I need to move that guy. Do I only have access to one platform right now. So that's the platform. Okay, platform number 2, platform number 3. Okay, so that guy's now out of the way. And now he's also a bridge. Let's do... this? Question mark? So now I'm actually solving a puzzle. It's been a while. Okay, we're up here. Okay. Ah, yes. So this was in this plane. So this is the only place that this one can go. So this will go back here. Wow, big modulation change. Oof, that's nice. Excuse me while I don't take the stairs. Oof, good bass line. Still pretty satisfying. Before I started working on this sort of retrospective video, I fired the game up on a set of very, very big speakers, and yeah, this if you have the speakers for the job, this game can sound really impressive. Okie dokie. Quick. Slow. So these two are slow. Okay. So this is an interesting example of the systemic nature of this puzzle not lining up with probably our original plan, because I solved this quite logically. I have 2 notes left over, and I am confident this was not the original kind of flow of this sequence that I was originally envisioning the majority of players would achieve. It's pretty cool. Lots of beams. Lots of beams. Yeah, so speaking of synth voices, I think I have some footage. Maybe I'll bring it up afterwards of some examples where more of these sort of reactive kind of bits and pieces would use up synth voices. We had to scale back a little bit. So those are obviously synth voices. But what's interesting about these guys is they also procedurally grow these smaller crystals around them. And every once in a while, maybe it's an LOD thing or like a loading order thing, they will grow some pretty whack clusters of crystals. And they have colliders. I haven't seen anyone exploit them, but yeah, it's a bit random. Okay, puzzle number 4. Looking good. Making some good progress here. Okay. This one, it's been a while. This one definitely, this one might be humbling. There's a lot of steps. Before we do that, let's take a look at the view. The world has really come alive. Quite a contrast from the beginning of the game. Ah, these forced perspective kind of visuals are always so satisfying. Okay. We have the key to the lead synthesizers. There were definitely, it wasn't only technical constraints that limited some of what went into the game. Obviously, there was a lot of things that were left on the cutting room floor. And a lot of that had to do with ambition, I think. This was a pretty ambitious project for what was effectively 2 developers to make. My wife, Quinn, was kind of the producer. She wore a lot of hats. Producer, CEO of our tiny little company. She had a lot of influence and feedback on design. She's also a very talented designer, having worked in fashion design and communication design. She has a strong sense of aesthetic and kind of UX and user interaction. And she is, well, has a much higher level of actual musical training than both myself and Kira did, to my knowledge. She played violin for many years. Where was I going with this? But yeah, so basically we developed a lot and we produced a lot of things. We had a lot of ideas for how much more would end up in the game. But there came a point where we initially wanted to launch this game in 2012, which was incredibly naive given what we were building. But in order to get this thing out in early 2014, we had to stop. We had to stop adding things. We had to stop changing things. We had to decide that some of these features just weren't going to make it. And for the most part, embracing that and saying, okay, we need to build a smaller box was so advantageous for the game. And you'll hear this in so many post-mortems from tiny indies to mega AAAs, is when they stopped ideating and they got down to business of just finishing what they'd set out and their own limitations, is when things really started coming together. And that was true here too. And while there are definitely a little flourishes I think we could have added, and some more polish that could have been sprinkled out throughout the whole game, I don't think I really would have changed much. I would have enriched what was inside these limitations a bit more. We had ideas, we had like things we wanted to sprinkle in about the lore of the world, but that's okay. Okay, let's watch me struggle with this puzzle. Okay, we have one platform here, one platform there. Okay, that will be almost certainly where that one ends up. also put that there as a stepping stone. How do I get up to this green guy? I could walk that way. So that one's just, this one's freely accessible. I don't have to worry about getting here. Yes, I need a bit of help getting there. Let's try this, question mark? So that opens that bridge. Interesting. And that opens these bridges. Okay, before I do that, this does what? That gets me up there. Also do that. Or creaky pipes. So this guy is here, which seems the most useful to me. Or I need that. I definitely need that. Okay, we're here. But I need a little switcheroo because I need to get around this corner. So if I need to get around that corner, I need something that I can park there. The very first cube could do that. And the green cube could do that. This cube currently. That's probably wrong. This one's blocking. Oh, I can go up and around. Okay, let's sync this through. I can also put this one over here. Can I still get up? So that one's driving these guys. So I definitely need that. But maybe, so I 100% need that one there. So if that's there. This is blocked. Was this blocked? What was this blocked by? Oh, it wasn't that it was blocked. I just need something there. You designed this. You can do this. Okay. So I think I got it. So let's actually use this guy here. Now I can move that over to that spot. No, because I still need to activate this. Officially getting embarrassing. Is there a way? So this guy could go there. What if he goes here? He goes there. This one goes here. I just move this guy to there. Oh, I still need to make it over. Ah. This must be it. You will end up there. There we go. Now, do I need? No, he has to, that one has to stay there because I need to get up here. It's only one way. Now, I could cross here, but first, I need to reconfigure the blue one from its temporary spot to here. I did it, you guys. I solved my own puzzle. Come on, character collider, you can do it. Getting there. Ooh. That was close. I was officially getting worried. Okay, not a lot of talking there. Took all the brain power. No, they're different. That one takes 2. Yep, and fades fast. Fades slow. Same. Fades fast. Now we're getting somewhere. definitely making some bass face. Boards of Canada. I mean, the riff, not in entirety, but that's giving me Boards of Canada vibes. Just like that, we're looking good. All the sequencer puzzles for the entire world have been solved. And speaking of kind of restraints and boxes and what have you, there were some advantages to some of the restraints, not only in design, but kind of in the world design as well. So those of you who have used Unity before, and even to this day, a lot of things are organized in scenes. At the time, there was no scene streaming. I think we migrated from Unity 3 to 4 in the middle of the project. Now Unity doesn't, or maybe they're returning to numbers. But anyway, pretty early version of Unity without scene streaming. And one of the things we did, including jumping off cliffs, was the entire world was built in one scene. The studio is a scene, and the synth world, the main area of the game, is all one scene. And as you can imagine, that becomes quite unwieldy. We did keep things pretty light. We developed some of our own level of detail systems. Obviously, since everything is low poly, there wasn't any polygonal level of detail stuff happening. But Kira developed some clever sort of mesh culling stuff, so we could mix a combination of static and dynamic meshes. Even some of these complex animations, we would have sort of basically the beginning state mesh, end state mesh, and these moments where there are a bunch of meshes happening. What am I looking for? I am looking for a fast travel station. And this would allow us to have, some pretty case-specific level of detail given the art direction of the game. And kind of speaking on art direction, actually, let's go back up, 'cause I think it's pretty fun to go all the way back down, because there's some alternative routes in the lead area. So speaking of art direction, this low poly style, when we started working on it, was, I wouldn't call it novel, but something developed to this scale, like a full-size video game. There wasn't a lot of stuff at the time. Obviously, I've cited Res as a design influence, both musically and aesthetically. The first Tron film was also a pretty big influence aesthetically. And anyone who's done low poly will know that Just because there's less polygons does not make it easy. And I would argue there's a lot of successes in the game in terms of art direction and visual style, but there's a lot of things that don't work super elegantly as well. Because there are no textures in the game still looks good in 2024. Go ahead and buy it on Steam if you want to help us out, of course. It is timeless because the lack of textures, but equally visual information can become a little bit harder to parse because visual information is dictated by polygons. For instance, I thought I could walk on there, but I can't really. Oh, you can even see the stars. Okay, so here's an example. Sorry, throwback. Here's an example of the time of day system working. So depending on your position, you can actually see the stars in the sky at quote unquote night, and some of the audio cues and loops change as well. It's a subtle thing. I don't even know subconsciously if many people picked up on it, but it was important for us. Anyway, back to visual style. So yeah, low poly is harder than one would think. Not only to do well, and I'm not saying we did it well everywhere, but it's about curating or simplifying an aesthetic down to its bare necessities. I'm not a pixel artist, but sometimes I wonder if pixel art has to deal with similar design constraints where you have to kind of achieve the maximum amount of useful information with the minimal amount of fidelity. And that's a real design challenge. And if I hadn't been trained as a graphic designer, I think I would have kind of struggled to achieve that in the context of FRACT. We would call these the crayon section, because they kind of look like giant children's crayons from above. Let's go activate that fast travel station. But yeah, so the legibility of things, is there enough detail? Is there too much detail? Can I discern what I'm looking at? All of these questions are extremely important when doing something stylized, especially something a bit more minimal, especially in the case of our low poly art style. Okay, we have all stations except one unlocked. Now, this is a fun one. The final machine of the lead area. Does it grow the crystals? Does it harvest the crystals? Who knows? But it does have a nice and dramatic approach. Okie dokie. I guess we go to there. So here we are. 4 XY pads to interact with. Okay, let me take a look at my notes. I've got my notes. And we have quite a few sequences from playing this area. Tummy grumble there, may not come through on the mic. Okay. Okay, so here we have the filter and resonance. vibrato. Okay, it looks like I got one of these wrong. Oh, there we go. This one was always one of my favorites. You can see one of our sequences in the distance there. Wow, still pretty cool. Some big riffs going on. So, we could walk back. Maybe I can walk and chat. So, we had a lot of help on this project. We had an excellent team. We also had an intern who was here for a summer, working with Concordia in the tag lab, and the sort of coordinator of the tag labs, Salim Debu, has gone on to be basically indie royalty. He's one of the founders of Co-op. They make some really cool stuff. And while we were there, our intern Paul Forey was helping us out a lot with synthesis. He was also interested in pure data, musicality, and those sort of ideas in video games, and he helped a lot. And in the early days, we had someone else helping who really opened our eyes to environmental art and sort of building these environmental spaces in more interesting ways. Devin Linvega, also known as Alice Effect, perhaps another pseudonym or two that I'm not familiar with these days, but incredibly talented, multifaceted designer and artist. And he definitely helped us kind of imagine a bit more of how environmental art could work. And definitely gave us a couple tips and shortcuts into how we could get more out of these spaces to feel more special and a little bit more magical. So we've come a pretty long way in this playthrough. At the beginning, the world was dead. There was no indication that anything here would come to life. And we've definitely lit everything up. As you can see, we are fully operational. Okay, let's head down here. So something has clearly changed in the center of the world. And one would hope that if the player was exploring, they might get a little bit curious about what this giant glowing ball is like. Okay, what have we here? So as you come up this final elevator, you can see these giant panels that are kind of locking into place. These are the sequences you've written throughout the game. And they sort of snap into position. I'm sure here comes one right now. These enormous panels. This riser does not get old. Top of the world, and you can look down. In fact, you can hop off the edge if you so feel like it. Up we go. So we are in the the final machine, the final area of the game. So it's been 10 years since we released FRACT OSC. I've been fortunate enough to have worked on quite a few games and projects in that last decade. I can touch on that a bit later, but FRACT isn't without its problems in terms of design. There are definitely some aspects that are maybe too obtuse, maybe awkward, and maybe not for everyone. And I will wholly accept any and all constructive criticism and just full-on criticism on aspects of the game that don't quite work, because people are probably right. But I will say, I am incredibly proud of the design of this area. Yeah, the final machine. It's a pretty concise, maybe concise is the wrong word, but it's a pretty complete extrapolation of all of the mechanics of the game. And they are really interlinked in what I think is a really interesting way. And I think that if there was a way for folks to, maybe that didn't quite connect with the whole game, to get here in some shortcut, I think it would have won a lot of people over. But yeah, really, really proud of this particular area of the game. So let's dive in. These synth sort of sequencer walkways are a lot of fun. Of course, I'm going to have to walk back down that, so I'll have to change it into something more usable. Okay, the first of many unlocks. So, as an extension of the interfaces of every particular area, in the base we had knobs, rotary knobs. In the pads we had a combination of sliders and knobs. And in the leads, we had XY pads as the primary method of manipulating modulation. We do here as well. They take a much grander physical role here, but now we have knobs to control modulation of all of the bass synths in this area. And not only do they control modulation, but we can walk across them, use them for traversal. Okay, so here's one of them on the outer ring and inner ring. So it looks like this inner ring might grant us access to this step sequencer, this green one, which is pads. So this was a monophonic lead synth sequencer. This will probably be a polyphonic pad sequencer. But we're blocked, so back we go. Let's see what that other bass ring allows us access to. Okay, I think we've found it. And this will be blue. Let's get a bass line going. Okay, we're a little bit higher up. And this is in our way, but thankfully it's one of the ones we've unlocked. More. Growing chords. Okay, so we're up here. Looks like we have two directions. Let's unlock this guy first. Okay. So we have the second set of bass rings now, so we have full control over these concentric knobs, these concentric bass knobs. Let's make our way across the sequencer. Bit of a gap. But we were blocked over here before, so let's make our way and nudge this out of the way. There we go. Another unlocking platform. So we've unlocked the pads. Ah, the pad knobs. Okay, so we have one here as well. So these control the modulation of the pad synths. And when they're all the way down, these little ramps get built. So let's see if we can't make our way up this ramp in a useful way. Or let's try this ramp. Oh, it's at a different level, different concentric level. Geez, whoever designed that, good thinking. Does this have a little step or walk? Ooh, oh! Trying to be too clever. Back up we go. So while I'm chipping away at this, maybe I can answer some of the questions that came up on Steam and just over the years. A big one that has always come up is VR support. And the short answer is, unfortunately, it's complicated. There are a number of reasons why it would work really well from a design perspective. The fact that the interfaces are all three-dimensional, the fact that you are interacting in 3D space with these objects in 3D space would lend itself extremely well into a VR experience. We did a few very simple, very rough prototypes. So I've unlocked one layer of the power-up sequence. So yes, we did develop some prototypes. It was awesome. Honestly, it was kind of emotional, if I'm being perfectly honest, the idea that we could wander around the world of FRACT in VR. It was powerful. But there were some technical kind of restrictions. At the time we launched the game, we had pretty high system requirements because of the synth engine. We asked for a lot of cores, and that was definitely something that was pretty uncommon at the time. The other thing is the lighting model for FRACT. We have a lot of dynamic lights. We're using a deferred lighting model, and deferred does not work in VR, to my knowledge. We would have had to move to a forward lighting system to achieve better anti-aliasing. And relighting the whole game, especially when we don't have textures, would have been complicated. We definitely couldn't have had as many dynamic lights as we do. It would require a pretty big rethink in terms of art, which is definitely something. Okay, lit up another layer. Definitely something that would have been highly pretty costly. I think a lot of what we were doing to make the game visually performant on 2D screens wouldn't work, especially in terms of lighting, in terms of draw calls, and you name it. Despite being low poly, everything being in one scene makes FRACT quite heavy polygonally. Even to this day, we are asking for quite a few polygons. For a game that's 10 years old, we were asking a lot. And we got away with it because it was pretty simple what we were asking. But yeah, we're definitely asking a fair amount of people's GPUs. So that's the short answer on VR. Is it completely out of the realm of possibility? No. And I promise I will load up the project and see what I can see in that regard. As a sort of question connected to that, some folks asked about three-dimensional sound. Currently, the game is only in stereo. From a technical perspective, that would actually be, I don't want to say trivial, but it would be much easier. We could probably rejig the puredata sound engine to output multi-channel audio. Licensing becomes an issue, though. Obviously, different sound codecs have different requirements and licensing requirements. Perhaps we could output to PCM, but object-based Dolby Atmos, this, that, the other, becomes considerably more prohibitive for a small studio. I'm going to do a little bit of exploring here because I think I'm getting a little distracted. And things like HRTF and those sort of aspects that could kind of increase immersion. Again, I think definitely technically achievable, but some of the standards out there aren't super consistent. And again, it would be cool, but I think it would definitely be a bit of a stretch goal, and something that if we got VR working, something we could consider later. Okay, let's see where I'm trying to go. So kind of going around in circles here. We came up this way. We came up this way. We activated this one and this one. We have access to... Okay. So this pad arm opens us up to this lead sequencer. Okay, what's another question I can take a look at? So someone asked about this game being put in the sort of liminal category and how we sort of feel about that. So I must admit, I'm not super up to date with some of these trends and the terminology that's happening, but definitely these liminal space games, I think it's fair to say that FRACT kind of sits there as well. And I think one thing that is consistent with those spaces, I think maybe in some degrees, maybe FRACT is at one end of the spectrum for how intentional and how the world is and how it is built up. At one point, we even had there was a sort of written language of the world, things we're going to get signposted with, that we never fully implemented, unfortunately. We've unlocked the second part of the pad modulation. And so I think that there's a level of intentionality in the FRACT world that maybe is a little more deliberate than some of the liminal space games. But one thing that is consistent with my understanding of liminal space games is it's very much you in this space. Like, there is no protagonist. When you play FRACT, it's you that's playing FRACT. You are bringing your ideas, your preconceived notions, and everything that you kind of bring to the table is yours. And by extension, what you take out of this game once you finish it, or even play with it a bit, is very much in line with those liminal games, where it's your experience, it's your interpretation. We're not here to dictate what this is supposed to mean to you. Oh. Okay, so this is where this puzzle starts getting interesting, or this area starts getting interesting. When you really start to have kind of a mastery over these spatial tools. And here we go with the XY pad. We quite literally just punch a hole in this wall where we want it to be. And in the process, it changes the modulation. Okay, let's take a look at some other questions here. So another neat one. When did myself and the team really start to feel that the game was coming together after coming up with the idea? Whew, this is kind of a loaded question. We'd never done anything like this before, so we were getting help from the indie community. We were very fortunate to have clever friends who are solving somewhat similar problems, at least from a business and sort of that perspective. But there's a lot of mistakes made. And one of the biggest ones is we thought we were in production when we were kind of in pre-production. We thought we were making the game when we were really sort of still in a conception phase. Okay, I've come the wrong way. I need to get a little bit higher, clearly. And that was really demotivating. This idea that, oh, okay, we're good now. We're solving this. We're moving forward, when in fact we weren't. But I think there was a point, and that point started to emerge once we started closing kind of doors as to what the scope of the world was going to be. And actually, a lot of that came from my wife Quinn's input in the hierarchy and the progression of the game. We had so many ideas, but she she asked us to analyze them in a very rational way from mechanic to mechanic. And it sounds maybe it doesn't sound as organic, but it's something that we also practiced at Ubisoft when I was there, this sort of rational approach to game design, where you keep implementing new mechanics. You have to find that flow from one mechanic to the other. But I think once we mapped out for each section of the world, we'd have 4 mechanical puzzles, 4 step sequencer puzzles, and the final machine puzzle for each area. But once we really mapped out that progression in the mechanical puzzles, whether they were the knob ones or the cube ones or the platform ones, and the step sequencer puzzles, then I think we had the tools in place to actually build that stuff. And that's when I think the game really did start coming into its own and started having its own identity. And it started feeling like a world. And I got to give my wife Quinn a lot of credit for that, because it seems obvious in retrospect, but when you're still building all these tools and these playful things, you kind of get lost in the weeds of what's shiny and what players really want to see. Okay, let's take a little step back here and see what we are missing in the final machine. Okay, we have a platform, this platform here in white that we need to get to. Oops. That happens. So we are here. Let's get a little bit closer. And see where we are at in terms of completing this puzzle. We also got a lot of requests for console support, and it was something we wanted to do. I'll be honest, we were starting to build a relationship with some of the folks at Sony, and I really think this would have been a good fit at the time. Unfortunately, we were a small team. Kira and I were the main developers. We had a little bit of help with some secondary features in the game, but it was just beyond our scope, and it was just beyond our small team's capabilities to do that. Okay, we gotta get back up. Oops. Okay, I think I want to go up this way. Where is this? So, would we ever consider making another game like this? Wow, I would absolutely love to. But I think that, we're gonna have to go all the way. Oh no, let's go to here with this. Oh, it's this one. Well, I would absolutely love to make another game like this. I think some of the philosophical aspects of this game, of this sort of organic approach to learning, and maybe even, there's aspects of this game that are educational, dare I say, is something that has definitely permeated a lot of the other projects I've worked on. So after we launched FRACT, it was tough. It was tough on the team, it was tough on my family, it was tough on my marriage to get through to the other side. I think a lot of people who make games will be pretty open about the fact that it is difficult to get these things across the finish line. And once we launched the game, the team was tired, and I don't blame them for wanting to get distance from this thing we built. We got it out, we survived, and it was, I think, a pretty great project. It was really cool and interesting in a lot of ways. but it was very, very hard on us. How do I get on here? So the short answer is we retired, and we weren't in a position to continue. And honestly, I was kind of the only one still piloting the ship, and as much as I wanted to do more, there just wasn't the bandwidth in myself, and I just didn't have it in me to keep working on this. So what I did instead was I started finding some like-minded indie projects that could use some of my expertise. Here we are, last one to unlock. And I basically, with the company, we've done it all. With my company, I started consulting for other folks, and I had a lot of fun. I worked on Panoramical, another sound-oriented game. And I worked on The Beginner's Guide with Davey Reedon. That was really cool, working with Davey. My role was pretty small, but it was still a very rewarding process. A lot of thought went into, well, everything on that project, and it felt good. And I did that for a while. I was helping different folks out with different projects, whether directly to game dev or aspects of even trailers and communications. Given my communications background, that was a pretty clean fit. And then I decided it was maybe time to give up the indie idea and think about probably joining one of the big AAA studios here in Montreal. So that's what I was thinking, but I wanted to, have some fun. And an acquaintance and I, who became fast friends, we decided, hey, let's go to Toe Jam this year, the Toronto Game Jam, and let's have a bit of fun. Let's work on this idea that we're both passionate about, that we didn't know about, and that was a snowboarding game. And we developed an interesting prototype called Fulcrum, and it really scratched an itch, and there was something interesting there. But it wasn't until Ben Swindon, my creative partner on this project, started tinkering with it further that we discovered something really special about it. And that's when we started looking for publishers to work on that game. And for a while, it was looking like that was going to be the next Phosfiend Systems game. Can I make that jump? I did make that jump. Is that of any use to me? I gotta get up there. And we did. We worked on it. We found that there was some interest from publishers. In the end, we ended up selling that IP to, of all places, and I guess that's probably all I can say about that now that I think about it. We'll keep that story for another day. But yeah, I've been busy working in the industry kind of as a consultant. I spent 5 years at Ubisoft working on some really cool projects. Sadly, they aren't going to see the light of day. But I left Ubisoft a little over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, and I've been consulting and helping out with smaller indie projects, and it's been fantastic. Okay, I am getting distracted. We have got to get over there. There's the spot. There we go. go. So you can hear that these XY pads are more than just traversal mechanisms. They are changing the modulation of the synth as well. And our final fast travel station. We've done it. Okay, so here we are. With all of our sequences dialed in. So I'm going to get the bass happening first. So another kind of proof that these systems are all interconnected. These are all of the sequences you've made throughout the game, including the ones below. So not just the ones that you made in this room, but all throughout the game. And interesting fun fact is, as you modulate these parameters, you can see the knobs also reflecting those changes as well. It's all connected, I swear. Okay, let's bust out our clues here. Okay, so stage one, the bass line is locked in. Okay, let's get some pads happening. Different notebook for the pads, of course. Maybe. Not sure. Did I get it? No, I'm missing some. Oh yeah, it's filling up. Okay. Pads are loading. Not only that, even the rollovers happen as I do that as well. There we go. Turn it up. a little trip. So let me take a look and see if there's any questions that I missed as we go on a little ride. So there were some questions about sort of design and design intention, but I think I kind of touched on those throughout this sort of retrospective. Part of me would love to fire up this project in Unity again to see just how broken it is, and to see what sort of things could be done with the tech and the tools. Partly because a lot of what we built, we did a scale back for, I don't want to say accessibility, but in terms of making some of these design systems and these toys and these tools more playable to a wide audience. A lot of for instance, I mentioned that the node network is incredibly flexible. And what that means is that with sound and data passing through this node network, there are opportunities for mixing information for interesting puzzle designs. So you could even conceivably have rhythmic mixing and melodic kind of merging of sound and note data information. And that was something that I always was interested in, but we could never figure out a way to do in a way that wasn't completely confusing for the player. In the bass area, there was a couple interesting polyrhythmic sort of scenarios where one side would talk to the other in kind of interesting rhythmic ways, and that's maybe as far as we went. I have some old footage from some tests, and I'll fire that up as well, and maybe talk over some of the other experiments we did. But it would be cool to get this project up and running in Unity. I don't know if it would, but I'd need to hunt down an old version of Unity 4 and see what we could see there. Let's take a look at what the world looks like all lit up. And there's the final machine with its plates. Ten years. Okay, let's head to the studio. There's another reason we didn't dive into sequels or developing a next project in any sort of clean and meaningful way. And that has to do with the success of FRACT. FRACT wasn't a hit, but it wasn't a failure either, if that makes sense. It basically covered what it cost to make, and not much more. Yeah, so it kind of put us in a weird position. We launched this game, excellent critical reception. we achieved a pretty remarkable amount of press engagement. So a lot of press that I respect, and a lot of press and just community engagement. It definitely connected with his audience and had a pretty solid launch, all things considered, for a weird game like this. And it had a pretty good initial sell-through on the platforms we launched it on. I think all told, there are probably about 60 to 65,000 legitimate copies of FRACT out there. Obviously, there's some piracy, and obviously it's kind of hard to keep track of non-DRM based platforms and the non-DRM versions of the game that were sold. But okay, maybe we could round up to 70,000. Not all of those were at full price, of course. A lot of FRACT sales happened when the game was on sale. We also bundled it back in the day when humble bundles were a bit more relevant and lucrative. We did that as well. And yeah, so the game wasn't a failure, but it also wasn't runaway success. It paid for itself and a bit more, not much more, but it broke us even. The good folks at IndieFund, they got paid back very quickly, which was good. And we were left in kind of a weird state. I think if the game had failed miserably, we would have known to move on. And if the game had done much better, there would have been a clear indication to continue, to maybe even do some DLC or some additional content in the game. In any case, huge thanks to everyone here, the core team, absolute beasts, and we had some great help from a lot of local folks in the indie community, especially. It was great, and Joachim, who helped develop our YouTube export feature, which was intended to be kind of a viral way to populate FRACT content on YouTube. I think it kind of worked. It was a complicated thing to implement that API, but we did. And of course, all these testers. I think we were really lucky to secure a lot of testers. You'll notice a couple celebrity testers on this list as well. Folks who have, just looking at this list, there's some great folks that got in here and gave us some feedback and made a mess. So thank you to everyone who made this weird game a possibility. We're really proud of it. And to this day, we still occasionally get emails and communications from folks who describe their experience with FRACT in kind of similar ways that I experienced when I was first discovering electronic music making. We get emails from folks who maybe were too intimidated to try and write their own music, that are now toying around and tinkering with music making as a result. We have folks who came from another musical discipline. We get communications from them that they weren't really interested in synthesis or electronic music, but that it opened their eyes to the opportunities therein. And something that's really nice is we also gotten emails from folks who kind of fell out of the habit of making music, and things like FRACT actually helped them rediscover making music and the joys of it. So we could have been popping in here throughout the course of the game to unlock these locks, but I saved it to the end here. So what we have here is the core synths and the core synth layouts. So these should all look pretty familiar. And they are also, let me reset them. There we go. If you hit reset on these synths, these are their default settings. And these default settings are the default settings of the synths in the world. So some players determined or figured out that they could get them here. Actually, some players just couldn't find the clues in the world. And once they found these in the studio, they're like, oh, this has got to be it, which it is. Not an intentional design, more of a systemic design. But yeah, just hearing that FRACT is kind of allowing people to find their musicality is really, really special and really rewarding for us to see and hear. Okay, and that's the studio unlocked. A quick note on the synth layouts. So these are the core layouts. We iterated on these basic layouts for a long time. I had versions that were extremely complicated. Maybe I can bring that up on screen. But it took us a while to curate these instruments down to their core DNA. And it really made me respect instrument and synth designers a lot. Being able to find that sweet spot for expressivity versus control while not overwhelming the user it's a really big challenge. There was a breakthrough. There was a bit of a breakthrough in our development when I discovered a particular music making app. It's Animoog by Moog Instruments, makers of the Mini Moog and so many classic sounds throughout the years. But this app, when you booted it up, it sounded great. They had curated that, and it's a deep synth. You can get really deep with Animoog, but when I fired it up for the first time, everything I did sounded good. And I was fascinated at that idea that something can just sound good. You turn it on and it sounds awesome. And that we needed to capture that in our synths as well. And it took a long time to sort of pare things back to this, like to these, these are the advanced versions, but to these four curated versions of each synth. And it was one of the more challenging things in terms of design, because so much when you're building these tools, you want to give the user as much control as possible. So it's very easy to overwhelm, because if you hand someone who's never used a synthesizer before this interface, what the hell does any of this mean, right? But here we can pare things down a bit and put things within reasonable constraints. And instead of using words like delay and reverb, we just say echo. Let's just merge the two controls together instead of having this pretty complex filter design, which I'll get into detail or a little bit more detail about. We just have the grit. Haste, and again, this is going from memory. I should probably fire something up on this synth just to be sure what I'm saying makes sense. Okay, here we go. Let's loop that. So this would be predominantly wave shaping. Combination of wave shaping, sub-oscillators, pulse width modulation, pulse width. Grit would be mostly filter related. So we have things affecting low pass and our in-series high-pass filter, which is a pretty weird filter design. Echo, self-explanatory. Dry signal. Wet signal. Haste. which affects our envelopes. And shimmy, which affects various aspects of LFO and modulation. So we have the LFO affecting filter, pulse width, and pitch. And we have a separate vibrato, quote-unquote, circuit. Pretty good. There's a lot of expressivity in this synth. Oof. Damn, that sounds good. It's been a while, but those are good synths. And let's do the same analysis for the bass synth. So we have some very simple DAW controls to sort of get people used to these ideas. Let's mute the lead synth. Might as well mute everybody else while we're at it. And it's a similar paradigm for the bass synth. We have sort of voice control, filter control, envelope, and modulation. So they have a similar vibe. Since this is a one knob, this is kind of a macro knob that's adjusting multiple parameters. Same thing here, but you have two axes to interact with. So the bass synth is definitely, the core bass synth is definitely the simplest of the bunch. A little bit more pulse modulation at the top. A little down here is more of the sub oscillator, closer to the core waves, I think. Filter. But even at the top end of the filter, it's probably not opening up entirely. We still want people to have that, reliable bass synth. She's thick. Change to the envelope, softening things up, so have it more kick at the bottom. And shake naturally will be modulation, which is subtle, but you can hear an almost audio rate LFO. And if we move this into pulse width territory, pulse wave, it's starting to not sound like a bass synth, but here we go. There we go. Juicy. And finally the pad, which is sort of in between. So but interestingly, because the pad is polyphonic, it's also a lot more flexible. A bit. So a more traditional envelope here because we have two controls over attack and decay. And similarly, voice control, filter control, envelope control, modulation control. And it seems simple now, but paring all of this down to a synth voice that was this curated took a lot of time. Sounds like more tricky things are happening on the filter on this one. So another constraint that made its way into the studio and into the world by design was we do have a limited scale. It's the whole game. We wanted more, but in order to get to the finish line, we stuck with it. the whole game is in C minor pentatonic. This does a great number of things, but the first and the foremost thing it does is make it very difficult for the player to make something that doesn't sound nice. Basically, it's impossible for the player to produce something discordant or unpleasant. That is, at least in sort of traditional kind of music concepts. I know microtuning is all the rage, but yes, we want to keep it accessible in a way that no matter what you would make, it would still sound good. So even though you have this piano roll here, the notes are all constrained to C minor pentatonic. But the synth engine is obviously capable of more than that. And a lot of users found a way to circumvent that and edit their song files to actually input other notes outside of our restrictive range. And the same goes in the world. So the sequencers are supposed to all be part of the same scale. I think there is an exception in the bass where I may have made a mistake, and it's actually one of my favorite sequences of favorite sequencer puzzles of the bunch. And I think subconsciously that is because of the variation there. And I really like what Mogi did to bring that space alive. Had we had the bandwidth, I think curating those puzzles to have a different sonic progression in terms of the pitches as you progress through each world would have been the way to go. But we had to get to the finish line to get this thing done. Hindsight and all that, but I'm still happy with how it turned out, and it produces a good sound. It probably made it a bit challenging for Mogi when he was putting together the album, because the whole game is happening at 90 BPM, and it's all in one key. But he was a real trooper, an absolute trooper when it came to that. Okay, so we've talked about the basic, the sort of core synths and how they were designed and what some of the decisions behind them were. But now let's talk about the advanced synths and how these guys work. So, interestingly, designing the advanced synths, in fact, they're architecturally identical, with the exception that the pad synth can play several voices at once. But this was a lot easier to design. I had kind of conventions to draw from in synthesizers. At the time, I had a few hardware synths in the house, including my first one that I really connected with, Yamaha CS15. Oof, sounded so good. And it was a great synth for learning because it had a lot of things well laid out and it wasn't overcomplicated. So when it came to interface design, it was pretty easy to map out what we needed from these synths. Basically labeled here, we had aspects of the voice, pitch related modulation, vibrato, you name it, a master LFO for everything. We just got one LFO. I think that's enough, honestly. Basic filter stuff, an interesting resonance design and circuit, which I'll go into, and envelopes for amplitude and envelopes for the filter, as well as just a simple amplitude, reverb, and delay circuit. On top of that, the pure data sound engine has a volume limiter. It's a little aggressive, but since you can get into some pretty crazy territory with these synths, you could definitely, blow up your speakers or melt your ears if you weren't careful. So we did have that in the background. But in terms of the design of this synth, of the analog modeling synth we have going on here, it's a weird hybrid of a couple different ideas. And when it comes to classic synth designs, I was inspired by some really iconic synths. So some of the voice architecture is loosely inspired by the SH-101, the Roland SH-101, and its sub-oscillator. The fact that you could kind of bring in that sub-oscillator, and the pulse width and the pulse width modulation was loosely based on that architecture and that sound. So I think the oscillator definitely draws a bit of inspiration from the SH-101. The actual filter design is a 24 dB filter that emulates a ladder filter, similar to the Moog Mini Moog, and this design, I think, I wouldn't say that it exactly sounds like a Mini Moog because it's created through different means, but it was inspired by that thick, crunchy, juicy low pass filter. Where it differs considerably, though, is we actually have the filter happening in series, which I believe is how the MS-20 works, or at least how I perceived how it works when we were working on it. So sometimes you'll have the low pass and the high pass filters being able to happen in parallel. On my Yamaha CS15, it was a two-voice synth, and I could do some interesting kind of routing in that regard. But this idea that you could pass through the low pass into the high pass to do some interesting stuff made for an interesting filter. And that in and of itself isn't that crazy, but what Kira suggested with the resonance circuit design, I think, is kind of not novel, but it is an interesting tweak, and it's not something I see on a lot of filter designs. So traditional, or maybe not traditional, but the majority of filter designs I've interacted with, and I've interacted with a fair number, being into modular and owning quite a few hardware synths over the years. You have your filter, whether it's a low pass, whether it's high pass, whether it's a hybrid like this. You have controls over the envelope. So the envelope can individually affect the low pass or individually affect the high pass in a positive or negative way. So we're already getting pretty fancy. We can modulate based on the LFO frequency. So that is interesting. But then here comes the resonance. So the resonance point typically happens where the filter is set, the frequency of the filter is set. So let's say if it was just a low pass filter, it would happen there. If it was just a high pass filter, it would happen there. But what we do with our synth engine is we apply the resonance to a point between the low pass and the high pass point. So we can split the difference, in which case the resonance peak would be kind of happening here, which would be kind of weird because there's no sound there, or little sound there, which is kind of interesting. Or we can send the resonance all the way to the cutoff of the high pass or the low pass, or vice versa. Or to thicken up the bass in an interesting way, let's open up the high pass all the way. We'll turn the resonance down just to kind of demonstrate. Turn the modulation down, make for a pretty conventional sound. Okay, don't need any pitch mod. Okay, that looks pretty normal. Let's dry it up. And let's hear what that sounds like. Nice and thick. Okay, so this is a pretty pure sound. This has a bit of pulse width. So I'll turn down the pulse width mod and let's dial in a pretty static sound. Okay, so we have the envelope doing its thing. Now, if we were to up the resonance in a traditional filter, you can hear it happening there. And we can really crank the resonance on this synth. But if we move that resonance point elsewhere, we get some interesting, almost Formant-esque stuff happening. And if we move it down to the high pass, which is actually very low down here, we get extra thick bass. And here we can see that really going. And you can see here, this is sort of just a bit of visual feedback, you can see how this resonance, the box around it is flashing, and it's flashing into the yellow. That means it's starting to kick in the limiter and some of the safety equipment. It's just one example of how this synth design kind of evolved over time and actually became pretty interesting in my opinion. I've had some people write in asking me how to achieve this synth sound in their DAW, or if there's any hardware synths that sort of emulate it. And this has kind of been the best way I could describe it outside of a modular environment, was sort of some inspiration of the voice of an SH-101. The core filter design of the actual filter itself, similar to that of a Moog ladder filter. And then having the low pass and high pass in series in order to produce some pretty interesting weirdness. And then finally, I think the secret sauce of this synth was always the ability to place the resonance either in between the two filters or kind of at one end or the other, along with doing some pretty weird modulation stuff. So, for instance, if we were to do something like this with the high pass, so arguably, it's not exactly the case, but there wouldn't be much sound squeezing through this filter traditionally. But if we can open the high pass down and open the low pass up, it will go from kind of a basically what amounts to a band pass to a wider band pass. Sort of. Sort of. Maybe not. But you get the idea. So I think there was something really unique about the synth design that went into this game, and it was very much a team effort. Obviously, my experience with analog synths influenced a lot of the design, but it was Kira's intuition to develop some of these interesting controls as a result. And it's quite the light show, which each of these pipes per synth corresponding to a particular modulation. This one in black, I'm assuming must be the LFO because we have it turned all the way down. Take a look. Maybe it's the vibrato. I think that covers the basics of the synthesizers and their design, and kind of goes over everything that made up sort of the synth architecture that we built. I guess, I mean, there's some other interface aspects, the fact that you can load and save your presets, of course, and reset to the basics, you name it, switch layouts. But yeah, I think that covers the basic idea for these synthesizers, kind of being a amalgamation of a couple synth designs that inspired us from the past. And I'll touch quickly on the sort of master sequencer as well. It emulates kind of a bunch of different digital audio workstations, or DAWs, approach a similar mentality, where you have sequences, which are these often one bar, like sometimes you have more flexibility than that, but these sort of units, sort of musical phrases in these sequences up here. You have 16 per synthesizer voice. You've got your bass and your pad, and then you can arrange these in the arranger down here, which is basically a big long way that someone could sequence the sequences into a song, or play them in a more improvisational kind of way with some of these transport tools. One thing that I always thought was cool was the idea that these sequences actually exist in 3D space, and as you're in the interface, they are physically moving around. One of those little touches that that was kind of maybe not necessary, but made me happy as going down the rabbit hole interface designer. And then finally, yeah, we have the full sort of song sequencer here, and you can just hit any one of these transports at the top to fire it off. Or you can kind of loop sections if you want. Yeah, it's pretty chill. So here's some weird pad stuff that should be playing. Oh, volume's down. Occam's razor. Some chill, plucky chords. And yeah, this sort of paradigm of sequencing the sequences, probably the most influential DAW for me that was part of this architecture was Ableton Live. Arguably, Ableton was borrowing from aspects of trackers from back in the day and other tools like that. And it seemed like an intuitive sort of method to borrow from. And in the end, we felt like this level of flexibility and control in designing the music and the instruments was a good on-ramp for someone to tinker, whether they were discovering it for the first time, kind of beefing up sort of maybe some musical knowledge they already had, or just coming back to it and wanting like a simple toy that could still deliver serious expressive control. That was the goal of this studio. And in a way, and I think many players have alluded to it over the years, but in a way, the game itself is a sort of slow tutorial towards some of these systems and these interfaces, so that they might feel comfortable, not just, let's say, making something here in the studio and potentially uploading it directly from the game, though I believe that API has since been deprecated and it no longer works. It's all good. But yeah, like just lowering that level of intimidation. You walk into a music store or an environment where you don't feel super confident, and it can be pretty intimidating to start banging on a synthesizer. I'm a terrible keys player, and I always wanted to play with these things, but I was too intimidated to, make a fool of myself over the speakers. So having the opportunity to play software always made it much more accessible and much friendlier. And with any luck, this did occur, and we did receive messages from folks that is exactly the case. That this provided a very friendly and playful space for people to explore their own creativity in the context of music. And I think that's a big part philosophically for myself when it comes to game design. I do hope that the things I make can enrich someone's life outside of the game itself. Obviously, we want people to have a good experience, but if they can take something from that, it doesn't even have to be profound or complex, but if they can take something from that and have that enrich their lives, I think we're doing good in the world. And I think we managed that with FRACT. I think that the game definitely found its audience. I think maybe. I mean, if this 10-year retrospective blows up, I sincerely doubt it, and it sells another 60,000 copies, I won't be sad. But no, that's not going to happen. But I am really happy that it found the people it did, and it connected with the people it did. And I again want to thank everyone who helped us make this happen. First and foremost, my wife Quinn, who put up with this a very complicated process. Our excellent programmer and designer Kira Bohm, and Mogi Grumbles, also known as Alex Tam, who has since become a close friend. I recommend you go pick up any and all of his albums on Bandcamp. In the past few years, he remastered FRACT to vinyl, and that version's on Bandcamp, and it sounds amazing. And if the timing lines up for this video, he has been remastering his Tron Rescore, which was the album that I heard, and I knew this is the guy. This is the guy that's going to help us bring this world to life. So pick that up. I've heard it. It sounds incredible, and that album absolutely slaps. And of course, huge thanks to Joachim, Devine, Paul, and Pat, who helped support us in other ways. And again, IndieFund, especially Kelly and Jonathan. Phil Fish and the Montreal indie community were hugely influential in sort of nudging us in the right respective directions. And the global indie community really embraced us and shared their expertise, their knowledge, and just their general kindness in making this a global community that we felt really good to be part of. And finally, of course, the amazing testers who found all the problems, and we tried to fix as many as we could. They were hugely helpful in helping us tune the game with our tiny team. And then the fans, the people who played the game, the people who cheered us on as we were making this weird thing, the folks that this project connected with, and the folks that reached out to us to let them know how it connected with them. We really couldn't thank you enough. So that's kind of the I think that's the long I was going to say the long and short of it. That's the long of it. But before I wrap up, I think there's a couple kind of other slightly deeper behind the scenes things I could show. And one of them is the debug mode. Okay, in order to capture the debug mode better, I changed the resolution and moved it to a windowed view. So the resolution looks lower. There's a reason for that, so that this will be a little bit more legible in the video. So boom, we've opened debug mode, and if I kind of move my mouse to another window in Windows, I can now roll over these three things: show synth nodes, game PD, and console. And if I right click on them, it'll open it. So here we have the console open. This is just basically tracking some aspects of performance. I don't really remember what the columns were. It was it's a multi-core project, and we had some percentage of stuff happening. Anyway, less interesting. So I will disable that, and I will open up the game PD. So this kind of tracks what's going on in the PD patch in real time. In the game world, this will always be kind of chucking along. But because nothing is playing currently here, it's silent. So if I hit play, you can see the tempo ticking along. We've got and some real-time information on the compressor and what have you. So let's get the bass going. I'll switch the layout, and maybe we can see some of the compressor applying when the resonance is super. Well, not necessarily, but that'll give you kind of insight into what's going on with the puredata stuff. Okay, and I will just uncheck that. So there is one other check that we can check, and that's showing the synth nodes. That is extremely difficult to do in real time. That's a function we would often do when the game was paused or in the editor. So I'm going to check it off, and I'm going to see what happens in my recording. It might break stuff, and we'll see. So here we go. But it might give an idea of how everything is literally connected. I think I mentioned in my playthrough how everything in the world is connected via these pure data emitter nodes. So here we go. Okay, 10 frames per second. Let's see if we can actually move. Sort of. Okay, could be worse. Bit of a slideshow. But as you can see, there is a kind of a, looks like we have a node on every sequence. Kind of every node that needs to communicate data is present. Even some nodes up there. I think the audio emitters will also have nodes. If you do this in the world, it's going to be rough. But yeah, it gives you an idea of the nodes. And there is each of these numbers basically communicate values. So some of them are note values. Let's see if I hit play what happens. So we can see some of these values changing. Oh, let's move to here as things are playing. But it's a slideshow. But that was a debug tool to basically get an idea of what's going on with the node network, the pure data node network. Yeah, so let's turn that off. Boom. And then finally, this guy over here, which is pretty easy to catch. What is this? This was our dolly. This is a tool that we used to basically get cinematic shots in the game. So I'm going to head over here. Also, now that we're in debug mode, pressing the R key on the keyboard is real fast, no clip. Okay, so I'm gonna fire this up, but actually mute everybody. So what that does by muting there is just gives us a little bit of quiet, while we could set up an interesting shot. So this dolly can be manipulated from pretty much anywhere in the world. It does have some limits on its ranges, but this yellow box is basically where the player stands, and these kind of lines indicate where the dolly can go if you push a button. I believe this rotates it a bit. Yeah, okay, so you can rotate it. So if we stand, fly up with debug with the R key. So if we stand here on this guy, and let's say we hit this red button corresponding with lead motion, we are moving up. So we have this nice camera kind of movement that I use to shoot a lot of the trailers. So we can send it back down. And then the bass has a slightly sort of diagonal direction. So if I hit this, here we go down. Looks like we might hit a collider, so we'll head back up. And the pad is a big horizontal transition. So yeah, this was used to get interesting shots. The white one, I believe, is a 360-degree motion, which I never really ended up using much when we were shooting trailers because it was just a bit unwieldy. But there is an interesting way to use it, and I'm going to kind of do that right now. So I'm going to drag this over here, bring it down. So we could do a circle pan around the studio. So actually I'll send this guy back out. Why can I not click on it? Something must be in the way. Must be a collider in the way. There we go. Send him back out. And this dolly is also present in the world scene as well. So if someone were so inclined, they could also do that. Okay, so we've set this up. If I hit this button, we should get a big orbiting shot around around the studio. Huh, that's cool. Wonder why I never really used this stuff. Yeah, this one's neat. Actually, it just gave me an idea for maybe the 10th year anniversary trailer. We'll see if it works. Anyway, so there we have a couple of debug tools specifically designed, to help us figure out what's going on and even to shoot some promotional stuff. And with that, again, you can play with this in the world. You'll find other things to click on and it will break stuff. You know what? Let's just demonstrate that quickly. But yes, warranty is void if you mess around with this. Not sure why, but the frame rate was taking a dip. Okay. Where is the dolly? Should be able to see it. There it is. Had to go in and out of debug mode. So here we are. No clip up to this guy. And yeah, we could set up some pretty interesting shots. As it pans through, you capture your footage, etc., etc. Yeah, that's the idea. You'll also see there are other nodes in the world. We've got nodes here, or other sort of hidden bits of hologram. And it's been a while, but I think these actually were shortcuts for solving puzzles. So flicking these switches would kind of override the state of the game and indicate whether you'd solved things when you hadn't necessarily solved them yet. Yeah, that's what I think these guys do. And you can fly around like a maniac with no clip. Okay, so I think that's it for debug tools, but I'm also going to show some other behind the scenes stuff that didn't quite make it into the game. So, okay, so here we have some footage, this isn't playable, of some tests that we did in our reactivity gym. And this shows some other reactive systems that didn't make it, or modifications that didn't make it into the game. Those are cool. Those sound dope. Shame those didn't make it in. Oh well. For whatever reason. I mean, they use up a synth voice, so my guess is it was a combination of them probably being a bit too subtle. Like, they're pretty high contrast in this space where there's nothing else. And using up a synth voice for that, we might not have had the computational budget. Also, these things, these decorate the world as well. They're this reactive sort of synthy thing that, based on your proximity, does stuff. But again, they made it into the game, but they were no longer chomping up a synth voice. So I think they were sort of peppered around the world, but it wasn't until later when we were trying to balance performance that they were stripped of their voice. But they aesthetically were interesting, so they stayed in the game. And these are probably tests from these weird braces that kind of exist around the world. We got two of these guys again. So this is another test with kind of controlling LFOs. And it sounds like the audio emitters are moving as well. That might have been something that wasn't something we did. So affecting LFO frequency, LFO modulation of the filter, and the filter itself by the sounds of it. So a bit of a macro knob doing a lot of stuff. So, very cool little arpeggiated cluster of crystals. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 voices, 6, 7, 8 voices, right in this little zone. Again, cool stuff that would have made it into the game, I think, if we had the performance budget. And here is an earlier version of this same space, but with some of the debug sort of synth parameters visible. So this also had some other reactive systems that weren't necessarily plugged into music, and this was what we called the Deadly Disco. Didn't find a place for it in the game, but vibes. And again, these animations were ready to plug into audio, but that would have been a lot of voices. So probably would have had to be driven by samples. But yeah. Okay, so I guess that's it. Kind of wild that this took 10 years to do, and I wonder if it's at all useful. Thank you for sticking around. If I'm honest, this felt a little narcissistic, but hopefully it can be useful or interesting or beneficial to some people in some way, even if it's more of just a point in time proof that this thing we made existed. This was a long project, and it could have gone longer. We got it out, and we finished it, and we got it across the finish line in an act of kind of self-preservation. But that said, that while the project is imperfect, FRACT is not without its weirdnesses. We're incredibly proud of it. I'm thankful to have made this thing. It's definitely one of those kind of if you know projects. It found its audience, I think. So when it comes to Phosfiend, there are some future collaborations in the pipeline that I'm really excited about. Nothing to communicate now, and probably not for a while, but those are coming up. I really enjoy collaborating with other small and medium studios to kind of help their stuff move along. And no promises, but I am confident that Phosfiend itself will start tinkering on some new stuff in the next year. And hopefully you hear from us in earnest before 2034. But above all, thank you to the fans, thank you to the community, and don't forget to go and make something weird that you care about. Till next time, I guess. Bye.